So within your miniature Hereford show, in the ring at this time is now Class 101. This will be fall junior heifer calves, which have calved July 1st through December 31st of 2025. We'll have a single entry within Class 101. We'll have entry 2173 from Cooper Clements. This is the only class within its division, so first place within your miniature Hereford Class 101, they will be your champion fall junior heifer calf. Within your Aberdeen show, we have in the ring at this time, this is going to be Class 57. This is full-blood summer bull calves, May 2025. We have entry 3159 coming from Tummins Cattle Company, and entry 3160 from Madeline Schuler.
Hey, Jeremy. Nice to meet you. Good. Tell me whatever you need and I'll get it done. Well, let's start off with, wow. What a great day, what a great opportunity for these two breeds to be the first breeds to be here in the Cobalt Arena, and for the sponsored groups that we have here. Let's put a round of applause together for just all the work that's gone the last couple of years for us to get to be here. Start off on our Aberdeen side here, two bull calves that are similar in terms of muscle shape and muscle read, but it's structure and balance that really separate the two. The black calf is going to win the class because of his ease in terms of how he hits the ground. That guy, in terms of flexibility, he has more give at his hock and his pastern. Just like to see that structural design on him. Couple that with how he balances up really well, ties his shoulder in nicely, good muscle pattern. The red calf probably has just a touch of performance advantage. Big stout-ended calf. We want to relax him at his pastern. See that guy tuck his shoulder in. He's got a little more boldness at the top of his shoulder, to the lower part of his shoulder, but appreciate the power. Just want to relax him at his pasterns. Congratulations to those two individuals to start off our show.
So you just heard from Mr. Levi Richards, and he just gave you your champion fall junior heifer calf that is entry 2173 from Cooper Clements. At this time within the miniature Hereford show, we'll bring up Class 102A. 102A will be summer junior heifer calves, calved May 1st through June 30th of 2025. We'll have entries in this class from Canyon Dops, Evie Mitchell, Lillian Stavik, Evie Mitchell, and Chase Hunter. Those will be your entries that'll come in for your miniature Hereford show. Over to your Aberdeen show. Your results coming out of Class 57. Second place was entry 3160. That actually also becomes your reserve champion full-blood summer bull calf. That comes from Madeline Schuler. And your first place and your champion full-blood summer bull calf was entry 3159, comes from Tummins Cattle Company. In the ring at this time for your Aberdeen show, on the right side is going to be Class 59. This is your full-blood late spring bull calves of April of 2025. We will have entries 3161 from Colt Card. 3163 comes from Efforts Easy Ranch. And finally would be entry 3164 comes from Steelbrook Livestock. Those are your three entries that make up Class 59 of your Aberdeen show.
A lot of times I'll talk about when we judge young bulls, young cattle, it's kind of like sorting fifth grade boys because you have all shapes and sizes and there's a lot of differences in maturity, and I think that's what we see here. And it comes down, I told myself, because there's a lot of differences in these three bulls, and I told myself just sort them as you'd buy them, and that's kind of what it comes down to. The gentleman's calf that wins the class, he has the fewest holes, the fewest faults. He's not the stoutest calf out here, but he is exceptionally sound. He balances really well from his chest floor back to his flank. He's long necked. He tucks his shoulder in. And I think just as a herd bull prospect, there's a lot of good to that guy. Like I said, he's not exceptional anywhere, but he's very, very complete everywhere. And I can pick the fewest holes in him. I like the muscle shape in the red calf. He's wanting to fight out here. He's getting better as he relaxes some. The more he gets to where he relaxes, I think he's going to hold himself together, because today he drops his pins just a little bit as he gets out and goes. He holds his neck a little lower through the point of his shoulder, just a little piecier. He doesn't get out and move with as much flex out of his knee and his front end as I see on that calf that wins the class. With that said, if you want to use the stoutest, heaviest muscled bull out here, you run him to the top all day long, because I think he is going to be the stout, wide-based one. And those two calves that stand in first and second, that's the advantage they have over this really attractive, well-presented individual here in third. He's one from the side profile. I absolutely love him. Really cool look to him, long, level, neat design, flat-shouldered. It's when he goes away from you, he gets closed up, a little bit flatter from behind, just not as much true muscle shape read. Now, that may come with some maturity, some feed, and some time. Today, he's the flattest, the lightest muscled, but he's also very attractive and well-balanced. So, challenging sort, I opted to use one that I thought was fairly complete to win the class.
Your results for class number 59 of your full-blood Aberdeen late spring bull calves. Third place was entry 3164, comes from Steelbrook Livestock of Whitewater, Wisconsin. Second place was entry 3161, coming from Colt Card of Larsica, Massachusetts. And your class winner was entry 3163, coming from Efforts Easy Ranch of Bismarck, North Dakota. At this time, within the Aberdeen show, we will bring in class number 60. Class 60 will be full-blood spring bull calves of March of 2025. We'll have 4 entries within Class 60. 3166 comes from Aberdeen Dean of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. 3167 will come from Muddy Creek Ranch Consulting, LLC of Wilsaw, Montana. 3168 will come from University of Findlay, Ohio. And entry 3169 will round out Class 60 from Simon Lowline Ranch of Elk City, Oklahoma. Those will be your 4 entries that will make up Class 60. The results for Class 102A of your Summer Junior Miniature Hereford Heifers: 5th place, 2242 from Lillian Stavik. 4th place, 2160 from Chase Hunter. 3rd place, 2183 from Evie Mitchell. 2nd place, 2184 comes from Evie Mitchell. And your class winner is entry 2221 from Canyon Dobbs. At this time, within our Miniature Hereford show, we'll get our ring reset, and we'll bring up Class 102B. These will be Summer Junior Heifer calves, calved May 1st through June 30th of 2025. Within this class, we will have entries 2266 from Paisley Osmond, 2236 from Ledoux Pence, 2125 comes from Alex Baumgartner, 2243 will come from Lillian Stavik, and 2194 will come from Jack Koba. This will be our last class within our division. After Class 102B, we will bring back our class winners from 102A. Our judge, Mr. Levi Richards, will select your champion and reserve champion Summer Junior Heifer calves.
I don't think that class of 5th grade boys is left yet because we have a lot of variability. And you have to understand that these cattle come from different parts of the country. You're seeing different feedstuffs, different contemporary groups, different management systems. So there's a lot that goes into, but my job today is to judge them as if they were all similar or the same. And I think that's really important. And you have to think through that a little bit, though. So that's what contributes to all the differences that we see in this cattle. I think a lot of it is management systems and feed. The bull that wins the class, obviously, he's the biggest and the stoutest, and you want to say high farming, you can say that. But really, the reason he wins the class is because he's bold-bodied, he's stout-hipped, he's nice enough at the ground, he balances really well. I like that guy's top shape and just the combination of all the things he puts together. He's not perfect in terms of his chest floor, could be picked up just a little bit. You can lay his knee back ever so slightly. The calf in second is the one you have to decide what to do with. You have to ask yourself, you know, in this group of cattle, understanding that we're talking about these are going to be purebreds, not full-bloods. I have to think to say that correctly. Hope I said it right. You have to think about what you're sorting here, and that's some of the differences that we see. This little guy, you know, he balances up really well, perfect in terms of the shape out of his scapula back into his top, but what really sets him apart is how he gets out and moves. This ground is really unforgiving. He has the flexibility that you want to see, the softness to his structure, has a herd bull look about his head and masculinity there. I think he's just the right choice to fit for me. Love the big square hip that he has. Maybe a little later maturing calf that comes here in third, one that you like the pattern from the side. I'd say he's just greener in terms of how he's presented here today, not as pulled apart behind his elbow, a little tighter in his forerib. But more importantly, what concerns me is we'd like to see that guy have just a touch more flex as he goes, wants to throw his hock out more so than just get out and reach with it, pull him apart in his lower base. I think that'll come with time, but beautiful in terms of look and balance. Really long-sided individual that we conclude with, one that just time is going to be his friend because he has some muscle shape to him, gets a little plainer in the shape to his hind leg, you can body him down somewhat compared to these others in the class. Good class. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations, all four of those exhibitors.
Results for Class 60 of your full-blood Aberdeen Spring Bull Calves. Fourth place, 3169 from Simon Lowline Ranch. Third place, 3168 from University of Findlay. Second place, 3166 comes from Aberdeen Dean. And your class winner was entry 3167 from Muddy Creek Ranch Consulting, LLC. At this time within our Aberdeen show, we will bring in Class 61. Class 61 will be full-blood junior bull calves January 1st through February 28th of 2025. We'll have 3 entries within Class 61. We'll have entries 3170 coming from Gunderosa of Kingsbury, Texas. 3171 comes from Idaho Livestock of Hayden, Idaho. And 3172 will also come from Idaho Livestock of Hayden, Idaho. Those are your 3 entries that will make up Class 61 of your full-blood junior bull calves in your Aberdeen show. After the conclusion of Class 61 of your Aberdeens, we will bring back our class winners from Classes 59, 60, and 61. Our judge, Ms. Jeremy Viator, will select our champion and reserve champion full-blood junior bull calves. Your results from Class 102B of Summer Junior Miniature Hereford Heifers. 5th place, 22:43 from Lillian Stavik. 4th place, 22:66 from Paisley Osmond. 3rd place, 21:25 from Alex Baumgartner. 2nd place, 21:94 from Jack Koba. And your class winner was 22:36 from Ledoux Pence. At this time within our Miniature Hereford show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 102A and 102B. Our judge, Mr. Levi Richards, will select your champion and reserve champion Summer Junior Heifer Calves. Your champion Summer Junior Heifer is going to come from Class 102A. That is entry 2221 from Canyon Dops.
We're going to follow up with
Reserve champion Summer Junior Heifer Calf is entry 2236. That comes from Ledoux Pence.
I want to correct what I said just a minute ago in the previous class. This is our full-bloods. I want to make sure that I acknowledge that, not our moderators. So just make sure that I did get it corrected. And I wish I could take these 3 cattle and combine them. And usually it's you'd feel a lot better if you could find one that just was the easy winner. And there's not an easy winner, because in my mind, as we go around the ring, I've had each one to win the class at some point in time. And the one that I think that has the most future to him in terms of look and build is our class winner. From his mid-rib back, he's excellent in terms of his top shape, his hip, the flex that he has at his hind leg. I could change him in his toe shape just a little bit down low on his front feet. He wants to twist out just a little bit. It actually starts at his knee and then comes down and wants to go out just a hair. So I'd change him there just a little bit, but boy, he has a neat design to him. The really unique individual is the one that stands here in the middle, and he's bold-bodied and super stout, certainly much more conservative in terms of size and frame and just his maturity pattern. That guy concerns me just in terms of flex that he has to his pastern. He wants to ratchet up some. I wish he would just relax his pastern some, because I'd feel pretty comfortable to run him to the top. But you can see as he goes here, he's just not comfortable on that hind leg. But that is a unique individual that has a lot of good breeding utility because of the shark cannon, bold body, and stoutness that he has. The bull that stands in third is probably a notch longer, a notch leaner, one that's going to have a little bigger mature frame size. I think he gets a little plainer as he compare him to the ones in front of him. He's still stout, gets a little more restricted out of his hock, and that's why he ends up in third. 3 really good bulls. That's a hard class for me, and I usually don't say that. I say I'm pretty comfortable and sort them real easy, but I think you can sort those and jingle them up all kinds of ways.
Your results for Class 61 of your full-blood Aberdeen Junior Bull Calves. Third place went to 3171, comes from Idaho Livestock. Second place was entry 3170 from Gunda Rosa. And your class winner was entry 3172, coming from Idaho Livestock. In the ring at this time for your Aberdeen show will now be your class winners, returning from 59, 60, and 61. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion full-blood junior bull calves. Coming back from Class 59, we have the first place, 3163, from Efforts Easy Ranch. Second place from Class 59 is entry 3161 from Colt Card. Coming back from Class number 60, first place, 3167, from Muddy Creek Ranch Consulting. Second place is entry 3166 from Aberdeen Dean. And coming back from our last class was Class 61, second place, 3170 from Gunda Rosa, and Class 61 winner was 3172 from Idaho Livestock. Those are your first place entries that are in consideration for your champion, reserve champion, full-blood junior bull calves.
When these cattle come back out for our division here in our first division, I think you can see the variability and see why it's a bit challenging to sort through. And I'm not going to go through and talk through each of the cattle, but like I said, I think you just have to pick your poison and be confident in your decision. And for me, like I said, it comes down to a combination of structure, balance, muscle, all those kind of things. There's some certainly give and take in this division. And there's certainly some differences in maturity as you read that, and I take that into account as I think about just that those cattle have been fed or not fed as much, and I just kind of break them apart and think about them. So I'm going to make my decision, but let's put our hands together. Good division, a lot of variability here in these cattle up in this first division.
Your champion full-blood Aberdeen Junior Bull Calf comes from Class 60. That is entry 3167, coming from Muddy Creek Ranch Consulting, LLC of Wilsaw, Montana. And I believe our reserve champion full-blood junior calf came from Class 59. That was entry 3163, coming from Efforts Easy Ranch of Minnesota.
Gentleman's single entry is one that you appreciate in terms of just muscle shape. Even from where I'm at, you read him out of the top of his scapula down his top, the push that he has to his stifle, lots of flexibility both front and rear to that guy. Balances up really nicely from his chest floor back. Just a good, sound, practical individual, nice testicular development as well. So congratulations to the gentleman in bringing us a really nice individual here.
In the ring at this time for your Aberdeen show is Class 63. This is full-blood winter bull calves, November through December 31st of 2024. We have a single entry within that class, 3173, coming from Gunderosa of Kingsbury, Texas. Up next in the Aberdeen program will be class number 64. This will be full-blood senior bull calves, September 1st through October 31st of 2024. Class 64 will now have a single entry. This will have entry 3174. That comes from the University of Findlay, Ohio.
Another single entry in this division, and one that's certainly deserving of competition from a balance and completeness standpoint. This guy has as much look as any that we've seen today, and still has the muscularity like that we need. Very nice at the ground in terms of his squareness and foot, the depth, the heel that he has, and how he moves up it into his skeleton. The bend to his front end and into his hind leg is very nice. Long level hip, just a very good high quality individual. Congratulations.
Your results for Class 64 of your Aberdeen full-blood senior bull calves. First place, entry 3174, comes from the University of Findlay. At this time, we'll bring back our class winners from 63 and 64. Our judge, Jeremy Viator, will select your champion and reserve champion of full-blood senior bull calves.
Over in the Aberdeen side in this division, two high-quality individuals that I like quite a bit, and I think you as breeders have to decide what you need in your program and then decide which one works for you. Both the cattle are exceptionally long-spined, and they both have enough shape. Both of them have enough bend to their structure. The difference is that the young lady's bull, he's one obviously just a notch bigger in scale. You have to decide if that fits to your program. He's one that balances up really well. Love the squareness of hip. He's good at the ground. The gentleman's calf, from his mid-rib forward, he was probably as stout relative to frame as any that we've seen. When you get behind him, that guy wants to stand just a little bit wide on the outside of his skeleton, and he drops his pins just ever so slightly when he's on the go. So there's a little bit of a balance difference between the two, but both of them I think have usefulness in your program. You just have to decide which one you need in your particular program. I think the young lady's bull balances up just a little better. That added attractiveness allows him to win this division. Congratulations to her. We're going to follow up with the gentleman for reserve. Two really good bulls. Congratulations to them.
Some results to get to from your Aberdeen show. Your reserve champion full-blood senior bull calf comes from Class 63. That is entry 3173 from Gunda Rosa of Kingsbury, Texas. And your champion full-blood senior bull calf comes out of Class 64. That is entry 3174 from the University of Findlay. At this time within the Aberdeen show, we will bring up Class 66. Class 66 will be full-blood summer yearling bulls born May 1st through August 31st of 2024. We'll have two entries within this class, 3151 coming from Skyline Teague of Montenberg, Arkansas. And entry 3176 comes from New England Beef, Alberta, Massachusetts. This is the only class within the division, so first and second place within Class 66 will become your champion and reserve champion full-blood summer yearling bulls. Over on your miniature Hereford show, your results coming in out of Class 103. Eighth place was entry 2244 from Lillian Stavik. Seventh place was 2301 from Carly Allison. Sixth place was 2253 from McKenna Camp. Fifth place was 2257 from Mesa Arnold. Fourth place was 2209 from Jordan Wilgenbush. Third place was Canyon Dops with entry 2222. And that was the only class within the division, so second place from Class 103 becomes your reserve champion spring junior heifer calf. That is entry 2227 from Kaysen Gmer. And your champion spring junior heifer calf was entry 2149 from Brenna Thorson. In the ring at this time now for your miniature Herefords is going to be Class 104A. These will be early spring junior heifer calves, calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. We'll have entries 2261 from Natalie Marshall, 2258 from Mesa Arnold, 2181 from Elena Vastores, 2142 from Berkeley Went, and rounding out our class would be entry 2138 from Benjamin Cottle. We will also have entry 2283, which has been moved into this class, which is Riley White. Those will be your entries for Class 104A of early spring junior miniature Herefords.
These two bulls are a division and a class, and as you analyze them and you just watch the cattle move around the ring, you can see that they both have enough shape and stoutness in terms of power. The black bull is maybe just a touch bunched up, and he's one that he's on the outside of his skeleton, want to lay his shoulder blade back some. He tends to throw his front end rather than just really reach, and that's where I'd change him. But sure enough, a stout, big-ended, big-middled, just a beef bull, I guess is what you describe him as. The red bull has a bit more reach out of his shoulder. You read him in terms of slope to shoulder, flex to his knee, how he handles his hind leg is exceptional, balances up really well, nice in terms of levelness and squareness to hip. We're going to use this red bull to win the class and division, follow up with the black bull, two nice beef bulls.
Results from Class 66, second place, and your reserve champion full-blood summer yearling bull is entry 3151 from Skylin Teague. And your class winner and champion full-blood summer yearling bull is entry 3176 from New England Beef. Up next within the Aberdeen show, we will have Class 68. Class 68 would be full-blood spring yearling bulls March 1st through April 30th of 2024. We'll have two entries that will make up class number 68. That'll be entries 3177 from Archer Valley Ranch of Priest River, Idaho. And 3178 will come from the University of Findlay, Ohio. Those will be your two entries that'll make up class 68. Class 68 is the only class within the division, so first and second within class 68 will become your champion and reserve champion full-blood spring yearling bulls.
This is a class and a division, so we'll describe both the cattle and then I'll tell you how we have them placed. The gentleman's bull is exceptional in terms of foot size and just foot structure and timber. Really stout featured individual, very expressive in his muscle pattern. He's a little leaner in his composition today. Unfortunately, he's one that wants to twist out on his front, and he's just a little more tubular, not quite as soft-middled as you'd like to see, but more importantly, I'd like to just redesign him from a structure standpoint, let that guy just get out and move with a little more flex and give off of both ends. Young lady's bull is one that has just a bit more middle to him in terms of depth and boldness to rib. He's not as expressive in terms of muscle shape as that one right in front of him, but he certainly has enough muscle. The big difference is that the young lady's bull is one that when he gets out and moves, you can see that bend to his front end. He stops square on his front. And as I watch him come into the ring, he's just square and more correct there at his knee and his front foot placement. Couple that with just more reach and give out of his hind leg. He's going to be our division champion today. Congratulations, young lady. We'll follow up with the expressively muscled bull second. Congratulations. I'd call this one a rancher bull, and that's a compliment, and just a bull that he looks like a breeding bull in terms of masculinity, excellent in terms of his foot shape and heel depth and how he uses it in terms of flexibility, really long spine, big hipped, big, bold individual, lots of good to that individual, great testicular development, like I said, just a good rancher bull.
Some results to get to from your Aberdeen show. In the ring at that time was just Class 71. Those were full-blood senior yearling bulls born July 1st through December 31st of 2023. We had a single entry in the class. That is entry 3180 from the University of Findlay. That was the only class within the division, so that became your champion full-blood senior yearling bull. At this time within the Aberdeen show, we will now bring back all of our division winners, and our judge, Ms. Jeremy Viator, will select your grand champion full-blood bull. Some results coming in from your miniature Hereford show, Class 104A of early spring junior heifer calves. In 6th place was entry 2258 from Mesa Arnold. 5th place was 2181 from Elena Votreos. 4th place was entry 2138 from Benjamin Cottle. 3rd place was 2261 from Natalie Marshall. 2nd place was entry 2283 from Riley White. And your class winner was entry 2142 from Berkeley Went. At this time in the miniature Hereford show, we will now have Class 104B. This is our second and last class of Division 104. These will be still early spring junior heifer calves, March 1st through the 31st of 2025. Within this class, we have entries 2245 from Lillian Stavik, 2269 from Peyton Swayers, 2284 from Riley White, 2232 comes from Cord Setnicker, and 2212 comes from Journey Harris. These are your entries that will make up Class 104B of your early spring junior miniature Herefords.
If I were an Aberdeen breeder, I think I'd be really proud of the lineup of cattle, both on the champion side and reserve side. As you look at these cattle, yes, there was some variability early on, but as you get into this final lineup, you can find cattle that really put together soundness at the ground and the type of shape that you like, and still have some balance and look. There's a couple of them that hit me pretty hard. I'm gonna ask you guys, put your hands together. I'll go out and show you the two that I like the best.
Some results to get to over here now that both judges are done with their reasons. Your grand champion full blood bull, which receives some sponsorships by Little Knob Farm, Jerry and Jennifer Moore, and Smith's Groves of Kentucky, is your champion of New England beef. Your reserve champion full blood bull comes from the University of Findlay. They are sponsored by AC Acres, Andy and Cassie Schuler of Cleveland, Wisconsin. Within your Aberdeen show, we will have a momentary pause for pictures at the backdrop with our judge and our exhibitors. We will then pick up as soon as that is done with our open percentage bull show. Results to get to from your miniature Hereford side. Class 104B of early spring junior heifer calves. 5th place was entry 2284 from Riley White. 4th place, 2269 from Peyton Swears. 3rd place was 2245 from Lillian Stavik. 2nd place was 2212 from Journey Harris. And your class winner was 2232 from Cord Zetniker. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from 104A and 104B. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion early spring junior heifer calves. Your champion early spring junior heifer calf comes from Class 104A. That is entry 2142 from Berkeley Went. Your reserve champion early spring junior heifer calf is your class winner from Class 104B. That is entry 2232 from Cord Setniker. Coming in the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show is now going to be Class 105 of Winter Junior Heifer Calves, calved January 1st through February 29th of 2025. We have a single entry within this class. Entry 2185 comes from Evie Mitchell. This will be the only entry in the class, the only class in its division. So first place within this Class 105 will become your champion Winter Junior Heifer Calf. Results for Class 105 of your miniature Herefords. First place, 2185 from Evie Mitchell. That becomes your champion Winter Junior Heifer Calf. At this time, within our miniature Hereford show, we will now bring up Class 106. Class 106 will be Fall Intermediate Heifers, calved October 1st through December 31st of 2024. As promised, entering the ring is now Class 106. This is Fall Intermediate Heifer Calves. Within this class will be entries 2175 from Britton Schlegel, 2293 from Shay Kress, 2154 comes from Caton Alexander, 2166 comes from Claire Christensen, and 2140 comes from Benjamin Cottle. This is the only class within the division of Fall Intermediate Heifers. So first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion Fall Intermediate Heifers. So the Miniature Hereford Association appreciates everyone being here this year to support our exhibitors in the junior program. Along with all of our supporters, we have, and exhibitors, our 2025 royalty. Our queen for the year is going to be McKenna Camp. Your princess is Journey Harris. Your junior princess is Carly Allison. Your ambassador is Bristol Pence. Also, the Miniature Hereford Breeders Association would like you to understand and know that there is a steer raffle which has been donated by Scott Show Cattle of Lubbock, Texas. It's brought to you by the MHBA Royalty and the Ambassadors. A steer winner will be picked at the National Western Stock Show in January. The ticket prices are 1 for $10 and 12 for $100. So if you'd like to be in the steer raffle, please visit and seek out the Royalty or Ambassadors to get more information about the tickets for the steer raffle.
So we start our moderator show, two cattle that are very contrasting in terms of where they are in terms of maturity and feed push. The gentleman's black bull is going to win this class and division. We like that guy from a structural integrity standpoint. Neck comes out of his shoulder high. When he figures out that he wants to be a show bull and just relaxes some, I think he'll hold his spine better. But shapely, good balance, sound enough. Young man's gray calf, when he stops like this, young man, that you could paint a picture in terms of levelness of lines and attractiveness. That guy, we want to change him just a little bit as he goes away from us. He wants to come in and kind of wing his hind legs together. We'd square him up some, but sure enough, good balance. Congratulations to both those two gentlemen.
Some results to get to from your Aberdeen show. In the ring was Class 38 of purebred percentage summer bull calves. Second place was 3134 from Collie Hill of Sedalia, Kentucky. They also become your reserve champion percentage summer bull calf. First place was entry 3135 coming from NY Cattle of Parker, Colorado. They become your champion percentage summer bull calf in your Aberdeen show. We will have in the ring at this time Class 41. Class 41 is again purebred percentage late spring bull calves. These will be in April of 2025. We have entries 4238 added to the program. That'll be from Simon Lowline Ranch of Elk City, Oklahoma. 3137 comes from Wyatt Brock of Spring Hill, Kansas. And 3138 comes from Tummins Cattle Company of Glatton, Missouri. Those will be your three entries that will make up Class 41. Some results to get to from your miniature Herefords. Class 106 was just in the ring. Fifth place was 2154 from Caden Alexander. Fourth place was 2175 from Britton Schlegel. Third place was 2293 from Shay Kress. Second place and your reserve champion fall intermediate heifer was 2140 from Benjamin Cottle. And your class winner and champion fall intermediate heifer was entry 2166 from Claire Christensen. At this time, within your miniature Hereford show, we will now bring back our division winners, and our judge will select your champion.
Perhaps as close a pair as we've seen in the entire Aberdeen show is here at the top pair. And the differences between the cattle, the young lady's bull that's going to win the class is simply stouter featured and stouter in terms of muscle. He just has more power and oomph to him. With that said, he's a little inconsistent in how he holds his pastern. And when he relaxes and gets out and goes, he has enough flex. But then there's times where he does ratchet that pastern up a little bit. I wish he would just relax. He has a ever so slightly a touch of chest floor to him, but he's the bolder, stouter individual. I love the presentation, the balance, the eye appeal of this bull here in second. He doesn't have as much foot and bone. He's flatter in his forerib. He's flatter when you get behind him and right behind his shoulder. It doesn't have as much shape. But if that one matures into the softness that he has in his structure, that's going to be a really good individual. That one, just today, he's not as pulled apart, not as muscular and shapely as the one that wins the class, but really good individual. Very, very tough pair there at the top. Young lady's bull that we have next is one that you appreciate in terms of levelness of lines, in terms of slope of shoulder. He's good. He just gets overpowered in this class in terms of foot size, in terms of width and body dimension. Want to pull that guy apart from all directions.
Results from Class 41 of your Aberdeen show. Third place, 4238 from Simon Lowline Ranch. Second place, 3137, comes from Wyatt Brock. And your class winner, 3138, comes from Tummins Cattle Company. We will now bring up Class 42 on your Aberdeen show ring. This will be purebred percentage spring bull calves, March 2025. This is one of our larger classes for today. Class 42 will have entries 3139 from Lillian Wadsworth of Hiram, Michigan. Entry 3140 comes from Madeline Rose Gable of Lafayette, Colorado. 3141 comes from NY Cattle of Parker, Colorado. 3142 comes from Steel Brook Livestock of Whitewater, Wisconsin. 3143 comes from Rankin Cattle Company of Boone, Iowa. 3144 comes from Idaho Livestock of Hayden, Idaho. And rounding out our class would be entry 3145, also coming from Rankin Cattle Company of Boone, Iowa. Those are your entries that will make up Class 42. So within your miniature Hereford show ring, we actually have Class 107. This is Summer Intermediate Heifers, calved July 1st through September 30th of 2024. Within this class, we have entries 2176 from Avery Pass. 2267 comes from Paisley Osmond. 2272 comes from Piper McIntyre. 2299 comes from Walker Wiley. And 2280 comes from Rhett Hahn. This is the only class within the division, so first and second within Class 107 will become your champion and reserve champions, Summer Intermediate Heifers. Results for Class 107 of your Summer Intermediate Heifers and your Miniature Herefords. Fifth place, 2272 from Piper McIntyre. Fourth place, 2267 from Paisley Osment. Third place, 2280 from Rhett Hahn. Second place, and your reserve champion fall intermediate heifer was 2299 from Walker Wiley. And your champion and first place summer intermediate heifer is 2176 from Avery Pass.
A lot of variability and differences in this class, and there's one thing that our class winner does the best, and he's simply the soundest and the best at the ground out here. When you read that guy in terms of slopes and angles and flexibility and how he handles his hind leg, he has a distinct advantage in this class. Is he the stoutest? Is he the biggest bodied? Is he the longest? No, but he is the soundest, and that's really high on my priority list. I think he balances up really well, and he's stout enough. So, and this isn't a breed where they're the highest performing one that needs to go to the top, or the one that has the EST in terms of weight per day of age and muscle. So for me, he's the most complete, the soundest, and he walks his way to the top. The Baldy calf I like a lot. He's bigger middled, he's deeper flanked, he's bold structured. I wish I could change him on his hind legs. The weight is on the inside of his back toe, and he just doesn't plant comfortably. He's a little smaller scrotal relative to the calves on either side of him. But boy, if you like one that's just neat looking and good built when he's stopped, you have to appreciate this guy. Big square hip in him. I just wish he came to the ground differently on those hind wheels. You can see it as he goes away from you. He wants to hawk in and just plant those feet and kind of turn in a little more rigid in his hawk. The next bull, the black white face calf, he's the stoutest in terms of muscle expression and shape. You really like that about this guy. Big good foot on him, big structured calf. With all that power that he has, he gets a little coarser through the point of his shoulder, tighter in his forerib and off in his hip. He's probably a clubby bred deal on one side or the other of his pedigree is by instinct, and that added power comes out, and he's just a touch hard is how I describe him. But good pieces, good utility to that individual, and comes the power, etc. Good kind of middle of the road bull comes next. He's a lot like our class winner in terms of being functional and practical. The only difference is this guy, it starts in his loin and his tail head, doesn't handle his hip as nice, and really comes up underneath himself probably just a bit too much, a little more banana shape to his hind leg. Want to redesign that from his midrib forward. You like that calf, lots of boldness and stoutness. Big power calf is another one that comes around next. You like that guy in terms of depth of rib and boldness into his mid cavity. I'd really like to change him how he handles his hind leg. The flexibility that he doesn't show us on his pastern is where we want to change that guy. He goes away from you, just pulls his hock in, and you want to realign from his loin to his hooks to pins all the way to the ground. Same thing with this next calf, another big, bold-bodied, stout one. Just doesn't get out and move good enough in terms of flex. You see he wants to short stride off of his hind leg. It starts up in the center part of his spine, carries out to his hip, and contributes. Consequently, he just doesn't move right on those pasterns. The gray calf you like in terms of masculinity. You like the scrotal development. In terms of levelness of lines, he's good. He's one that gets a little flatter and tapers down to the lower part of his base. Want to change how that guy gets out and goes out of his hind wheels as well. So top end of that class, soundness was what got him there.
Some results to get through would be Class 42 of your Aberdeen Purebred Percentage Spring Bull Calves. 7th place, 3142. That comes from Steel Brook Livestock. 6th place, 3140 from Madeline Rose Gable. 5th place, 3141 comes from NY Cattle. 4th place, 3144 from Idaho Livestock. 3rd place was 3145 from Rankin Cattle Company. 2nd place was entry 3143 from Rankin Cattle Company. And your class winner was entry 3139 from Lillian Wadsworth. Coming into the ring at this time for your Aberdeen show would be Class 43. We will have 4 entries that will make up Class 43. We'll have entry 3146 from Idaho Livestock of Hayden, Idaho. 3029 comes from Simon Lowline Ranch of Elk City, Oklahoma. 3147 will come from Braden Blackburn of Marlow, Oklahoma. And rounding out Class 43 for your Aberdeens would be entry 3148 from Collie Hill of Sedalia, Kentucky. That will be the last class within the division, and we will have our class winners return for our judge to select your champion and reserve champion percentage junior bull calves. In the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show is Class 108A. These are spring intermediate heifers, calved April 1st through June 30th of 2024. Within this class, we have entries 2146 from Blakely Murphy, 2223 from Carly Allison, 2188 from Flora Insico, 2289 from Roma Insico, 2202 from John Carter, 2233 from Cord Setnicker, and 2296 from Ty McIntyre. Those are your entries that will make up Class 108A of Spring Intermediate Heifers.
This breaks into kind of a two-pair class, and within the two pairs, you can talk it either way, and just depends on what your personal preference is. Young lady's bull is probably the one that I can check the fewest holes in as we analyze that calf. He's better as it from hooks to pins and how he handles his hind leg and just his overall balance. He and the bull behind him are both long-sided and attractive and have enough foot and bone. And like I said, just that how he handles his loin into his hip and then the flex that he has as his hock, I think is the advantage. The calf that comes next and second, he's a stouter featured individual. He's one that if you get into it, his neck comes out of his shoulder high, that kind of stuff. But when he gets out and goes, he wants to drop his pins and then he doesn't flex and move, that just use his hock maybe as good as we'd like to. But boy, he is huge topped, really big loin, really stout from behind. Just want to realign how he handles his hip and hind leg. The next two cattle, you can flop those two either way. Young man's black bull, I think in terms of length and attractiveness, probably has an advantage there. He's one that gives up some in terms of just sheer pounds relative to those in front of him, but I think the pattern is right and the design is right on that bull. The gray calf is big and bold and deep and stout in terms of his rib cage, gives up some in terms of bone. He's the frailest in the class. You'd like to power him up in terms of his foot. You can talk those two either way. Nice class, challenging up there at the top. Really good division over on the Aberdeen side, and in these moderator bulls there's varied percentages, kind of I guess a couple of horse race, 3 horse race, maybe even 4, but just to tell you what I'm seeing here, the calf to my far right, young lady in the purple shirt, he's a really stout featured individual in terms of bone and foot and rib shape. All of those are to his advantage. He does have just a touch of forward chest, nothing major. It doesn't concern me. Maybe not as square or as full right behind his shoulder. That doesn't concern me because he's a young juvenile calf, but he's big ribbed and he's probably a little deeper flanked than the calf that's right behind him. But I don't know that he's as soft in terms of his movement as the calf right behind him. And that's the thing that the calf in the middle has to his advantage, is that he's so athletic and so mobile. The flex that he has, I really like. That calf, he's a couple months older. He's a couple months more mature about his head, maybe not as fresh looking as that calf that wins the first class. He's not blessed with a really cool hair coat as that calf in the first class. So there's, you can see things, there's some differences, but he's so sound and still has enough muscle. He's in the hunt. You have to like that guy. Calf that wins the third class, he did so because of his advantage from his loin and his hooks to pins, how he was designed. And then the calf that was second in that first class, that guy is so cool made and big in terms of just the outline. He gets a little flat though when you read him in his forearm and through the lower part of his stifle, not quite as much power, but you have to say that he's in the hunt if you use the calf that wins his class. So there's several things going through my mind, some give and take in these cattle. I think you just have to go with the one that hits you the hardest and where your priorities are. I'm going to stick with the 2 out here. Hadn't quite made up my mind yet on who's going to be champion, who's going to be reserved. Let's put your hands together because this is a heck of a good division.
Your champion percentage junior bull calf comes out of class 42. That is entry 3139 from Lillian Wadsworth of Hiram, Maine. Your reserve champion percentage junior bull calf comes out of class 41. That is entry 3138 from Tummins Cattle Company. Some results to get to from class 108 on your miniature Hereford side. 7th place was 22.96 from Ty McIntyre. 6th place, 21.88 from Flora Ensico. 5th place, 22.02 from John Carter. 4th place was 22.23 from Carly Allison. 3rd place, 21.46 from Blakely Murphy. 2nd place was 22.89 from Roma Ensico. And your class winner was 22.33 from Cord Setniker. In the ring at this time for the Miniature Hereford Show is Class 108B. These are spring intermediate heifers calved April 1st through June 30th of 2024. We have in this class entries 22.76 from Rayleigh Koba, 22.70 from Peyton Swears, 22.04 from Jolie McIndeffer, 21.51 from Bristol Pence, 21.87 from Evie Mitchell, 22.28 from Kaysen Kimmer, and entry 2200 from Jody Looney. This is our last class within the division. So after this class and selection from our judge, Mr. Levi, we will have our class winners return from classes 108A and B, and he will select your champion and reserve champion spring intermediate heifers. Over in our Aberdeen show ring, we have in the ring class 44. This is purebred percentage winter bull calves born November through December 31st of 2024. We have a single entry within class 44. This is entry 3149 coming from Stardust Ranch Hay and Cattle of Rathdrum, Idaho.
Good-looking individual as a single entry here, and really bold in terms of muscle shape and in terms of the bone work that he stands on. You could lay his shoulder blade or lay his knee back just a touch. He wants to just ever so slightly twist out there in front, but boy, he is stout, powerful, and good-looking. That one will be competitive as we come back for the drive.
Results from class 44, first place, entry 3149 from Stardust Ranch Hay and Cattle. That was the only class within the division, so entry 3149 becomes your champion percentage senior bull calf. We will now usher into your Aberdeen show ring class number 44. Class 44 will still be purebred percentage summer yearling bulls born of May 1st through August 31st of 2024. We have a single entry within this class. Entry 3153 comes from Caleb Way of Summit, South Dakota, and Reese Nickel of Maud, Oklahoma. This is the only class within the division, so first place within class 47 will become your champion percentage summer yearling bull.
Young lady's bull is one that you appreciate the flexibility, the correctness of structure that he has as he gets out and moves. He hits his track. He triangulates upward from his chest floor back to his flank. You could maybe drop his flank just a little bit, but good in terms of balance, levelness of hip, flat at his shoulder, and good in terms of soundness, huge scrotal development. So just drop his flank down a little bit. It'd be the only criticism I have. Good sound individual. Congratulations to the young lady.
Results for class 47, first place, and your champion percentage summer yearling bull comes from Caleb Way and Reese Nickel. At this time, within your Aberdeen show, we will now usher in class 49. Class 49 will still be purebred or percentage spring yearling bulls born of March 1st through April 30th of 2024. We'll have a single entry 3154 coming from NY Cattle of Parker, Colorado. This is the only entry within the class and the only class in its division. So first place from class 49 will become your champion percentage spring yearling bull.
Without a doubt, the biggest scaled bull that we've seen yet today, and one that has some added length to go with that added upward frame. Nice in terms of the flatness to his shoulder, blends in really well. Strength at top is good. Power in terms of push to his stifle is good. Bull has some flexibility. You have to ask yourself, is he deep enough relative to what we have? And I think he is. Maybe there'll be some that are bolder and more, just have more drop to their midsection, but he's deep enough, big-bodied. Or I wouldn't call him big-bodied, I'd call him bold enough bodied, but certainly very attractive, nice at the ground. Congratulations to the gentleman.
Results coming in for Class 49 of your purebred percentage Aberdeen Spring Yearling Bulls. First place, entry 3154 from NY Cattle of Parker, Colorado. That becomes your champion percentage Spring Yearling Bull. At this time, we will now bring up Class 53. Class 53 would be purebred or percentage bulls. They are 2 years or older, born January 1st through June 30th of 2023. We will have a single entry within this class. This will be entry 3156 from William Wadsworth of Hiram, Maine.
our last division over on the Aberdeen side, and an individual that's certainly worthy of competition from a boldness of standpoint, strength of lines. He does all those things right, has enough flexibility, and you watch him as he gets out, and then when he stops, he's a little chubby. I guess that's the only thing. He's kind of like me. You need to back away from the feed bunk just a little bit, or maybe go breed some cows, and I think that'll probably you'd freshen him up just a touch. But excellence in terms of his squareness at the ground, good body, excellence in terms of length and balance on that bull. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results for Class 53 from your purebred Aberdeen percentage 2-year-old bulls. First place, entry 3156, and becoming your champion percentage senior yearling bull comes from William Wadsworth. At this time, we will now bring back in your Aberdeen show all of your division winners. Our judge will select your champion and reserve grand champion percentage bulls. Results coming out of Class 108B from your miniature Herefords. 7th place was entry 2276 from Rayleigh Koba. 6th place, 2228 from Kaysen Gimmer. 5th place was entry 2200 from Jody Looney. 4th place was entry 2151 from Bristol Pence. 3rd place was 2187 from Evie Mitchell. 2nd place was entry 2204 from Jolie McIndeffer. And your class winner was entry 2270 from Peyton Swears. At this time, our judge now will select your champion and reserve champion spring intermediate heifers. In the ring, we have our class winners from classes 108A and 108B. Your champion spring intermediate heifer comes from class 108B. That is entry 2270 from Peyton Swears. Rolling into consideration would be the 2nd place, entry 2204 from Jolie McIndeffer. Your reserve champion spring intermediate heifer comes from class 108A. That is 2233 from Cord Setniker.
Folks ringside, let's put our hands together for the quality that we've seen in both the purebred and full-blood show. There's been some challenges to sort through these cattle and really find the ones that fit, but it's pretty simple for me. I'm very consistent that we start at the ground and look at those cattle in terms of flexibility and give and body and dimension and how could they have the durability and doability to get out and breed cows. So it's not real complicated when it comes to that part. But something I want to touch base on, just not relative to the breed show, but just the beautiful facility that we're at here. And, you know, the National Western is, they're celebrating 120 years this year, and I think that says a lot for the legacy of the National Western. And over time, we always have the opportunity to progress and to do things better and different. And the folks here in Colorado, in the Western States community, they've embraced the opportunity to make things better here at the National Western. And with that kind of progress and change, there's challenges. And I think the staff here, the team here, have embraced those challenges and offered to help us exhibit as exhibitors to have an incredible facility to come and exhibit cattle. I hope that those of you that are here and then those of you in weeks to come embrace that and just understand with progress comes change, and change isn't always easy. So there may be some things that it takes some time to get to where it's just right, but I think it'll come with time. But you know, the community, as you look at the National Western community, it's a family, it's a brotherhood, it's a group of people that believe in Western heritage, and I think it truly shows when you look at the center of the yards, you look at the educational center, you look at this incredible facility. I'd say that the Western family, Western group came together and have done an incredible job of giving us a place to exhibit cattle for years to come. I hope that my friends and folks in the cattle community, I hope you understand and enjoy what it took to make this facility. I hope you can embrace it and going forward, make it just an icon of the West, because that's truly what they're trying to do here. So thank you, National Western. Thank you to the Aberdeen breeders for having us here today. We'll be back tomorrow, but congratulations to the National Western. Congratulations to all of you as breeders.
Your grand champion Aberdeen Percentage Bull comes from your 6th division. That is your champion percentage senior yearling bull from William Wadsworth. Your reserve grand champion percentage Aberdeen bull comes from your 2nd division. That's your champion percentage junior bull calf. That is entry 3139. And that comes from Lillian Wadsworth. At this time, within our Aberdeen show, we will pause before our junior show. We will have pictures at the backdrop with our judge and exhibitors. So by all means, take a break for the Aberdeen show, but we will continue right along with our miniature Hereford show. Results for Class 109 of your Winter Intermediate Heifers in your Miniature Hereford Show. 7th place was entry 2129 from Allison Griffin. 6th place 2255 from McKenna Camp. 5th place 2170 from Colton Christensen. 4th place was entry 2282 from Riley White. 3rd place 2285 also from Riley White. 2nd place and your reserve champion Winter Intermediate Heifer was entry 2210 from Jordan Wilgenbush. And your class winner and champion Winter Intermediate Heifer is entry 2247 from Lindley Witherlow. At this time, we will now bring back our division winners, and our judge, Mr. Levi Richards, will select your grand champion and reserve grand champion females.
Before I start talking the full bloods out here, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity for having me out here, to the Aberdeen Association and to the National Western. I'm excited to see some good cattle, and these two are really nice to start off with. A young lady's going to come out in front, and just in terms of performance, that one just has more boldness right there over her rib cage. She carries more dimension all the way out through that hip. If I had to be picky on her, I like to relax her right there in her spine and her hip as she sets down at the ground, but a really nice one to start. Young man that's going to come into second. If you talk about femininity and refinement, that heifer has that. I like her length of body. She's just a little bit greener compared to the one ahead of her. She gets a little bit flatter in her forerib, one that kind of closes up at the ground, but a really nice class. Let's give them a hand.
We have started our Aberdeen Junior Show over in our right show ring, which is our western ring. In the ring was Class 36. Those were summer full-blood heifer calves, calved May 1st through June 30th of 2025. 2 entries within that class. Entry 1071 comes from Dusty Kendrick. That is second place in the class, and your reserve champion full-blood summer heifer calf. First place and your champion full-blood summer heifer calf is entry 1004. That comes from Emily Dowie. In the ring at this time for your Aberdeen show, we'll be bringing in Class 38. Those will be late spring full-blood heifer calves, calved April 1st through the 30th of 2025. We'll have 3 entries that will make up Class 38. Entry 1076 comes from Riley Newbury. 1077 will come from Madeline Schuler. And entry 1078 comes from Sadie Hammonds. Those will be the 3 entries that make up Class 38.
three out here on the Aberdeen side with a lot of differences, but the one that's going to come out in front is really fault-free. She parks perfectly from the side. She ties her neck in so smoothly to that shoulder. She works back dead level to that hip. Not to mention, she pushes and plants and goes. She's the best out of that hip and hock, one that I'm really excited to see come back. Young lady's going to come out with this red heifer. I wish you could change her a little bit in her maturity pattern, but in this class, she's a little bit softer in that hardened flank, one that still plants with plenty of comfort. If I had to get picky on her, I like to clean her up front. She could be lengthened out of that hip. Young lady who's going to round out the class. I like this one's femininity, this one's length of body. She has good turn to her rib cage. You study that one from behind. She narrows back to her pin set. Wants to go narrow at the ground. Let's give them a hand.
Your grand champion female on your miniature Hereford side comes out of our last division. That is your champion winter intermediate heifer. That was from Lindley Witherell. Your reserve grand champion come out of the 6th division. That is your champion fall intermediate heifer. That is entry 2166 from Claire Christensen. Congratulations to our champion and reserve grand champion females. At this time, within our miniature Hereford show, we will have our judge and exhibitors take pictures, I believe, at the backdrop. And then we will conclude with our pictures and bring up our prospect steers. So give us about 10-15 minutes with the miniature Hereford show, and we will get rolling right into our steers. Some results to get to from your Aberdeen show. Results for Class 38 of your late spring full-blood heifer calves. Third place was entry 1078. That comes from Sadie Hammonds of Rudy, Arkansas. Second place was entry 1077 from Madeline Schuler of Cleveland, Wisconsin. And your class winner was entry 1076 from Riley Newbury of Post Falls, Idaho. Within your Aberdeen show, we will now bring up Class 39. Class 39 would be your spring full-blood heifer calves, calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. Within Class 39, we will have entries 1080 coming from Lorelei Schuler of Cleveland, Wisconsin, 1081 from Aspen Stroud of Alma, Arkansas, and entry 1082 comes from Ava Summers of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Those will be the 3 entries that make up your Class 39. Class 39 is going to be the second class within the division of our full-blood junior heifer calves.
Young lady with the black heifer out here is a pretty easy place for me to start. That one is effortless in the way that she goes around the ring. She's so bold and fresh from every angle. She's fresh about her chest, and she reads at the ground correctly. That's a really nice heifer. Young lady who's going to come into second. I think you look at this one, and you maybe don't like her instantly as she meets your eye, but I think you get that one some more groceries. She actually reads more correct, and the turn to her forerib and over her spring of rib all the way out to that hip and hind leg. She goes across the ring, and one that the big-footed heifer certainly covers her tracks. Just get that one body down a little bit, and I think she's hard to beat. A young lady who's going to round out the class, if you talk in terms of depth of heart and flank, softness of body, that one has that. I just like to rearrange the way she's built. Chuffier fronted heifer is too short in her hip. Wants a short step her way through the ring. Let's give these kids a hand.
Class 39 results. Third place entry 1080 comes from Lorelei Schuler of Cleveland, Wisconsin. Second place is entry 1082 from Ava Summers of Lindsay, Oklahoma. And your class winner was entry 1081 coming from Aspen Stroud of Alma, Arkansas. At this time, we will now bring up class number 40. Class 40 would be junior full-blood heifer calves, calved January 1st through February 28th of 2025. This will be our last class within the division. This class will consist of entries 1083 from Marissa Dreyfall of Rathdrum, Idaho. Entry 1084 coming from Hayden Walker of Spirit Lake, Idaho. 1085 comes from Ashay Lee of Newman Lake, Washington. And entry 1086 comes from Emily Skippen of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Those are your 4 entries that will make up class number 40. Class 40, again, is our last class in the division. After this class, we will have our class winners come back from classes 38 and 39, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion full-blood junior heifer calves.
two really nice heifers out here to start this class, and really the only advantage that this one has over the one that's going to go behind it is her spring of rib and her extra depth to her flank. For me, I'd like to change her up just a little bit as she gets out and goes. I think when the young lady slows her down, she's more comfortable off those rear two. When the heifer gets a little bit faster, she kind of wants to pop in that pastern just a little bit. But one that reads really correct in those angles, really nice heifer. Young lady's going to come out next. This one's feminine, this one's refined. Still a big-footed heifer that has plenty of shape over her top and out to that hip. One that gets out and goes with plenty of comfort. She gets a little bit plainer in her muscle shape in her spring of rib, but a really nice one. The young lady who's going to come out in third, I like the extra growth and performance in this heifer. I like her extra length and body. She just gets a little bit plainer in her shape, one that's more upright in the angle of her shoulder, one that really needs to relax in those pasterns as she goes around the ring, but a good one to go third. The young lady who's going to round out the class, I like this one's length of body and her femininity. For me, she's too uniform in her bottom line, one that wants to pull in at her hock as she leads her around the ring. Nice class. Let's give them a hand.
Results for class number 40 of your junior full-blood heifer calves. Fourth place, entry 1085 from Ashay Lee of Newman Lake, Washington. Third place was entry 1084. That comes from Hayden Walker of Spirit Lake, Idaho. Second place was entry 1083. That comes from Marissa Dreyfall of Rathdrum, Idaho. And your class winner was entry 1086 from Emily Skippen of Sherwood Park. At this time, we will now have our judge bring back our class winners from classes 38, 39, and 40. She will select your champion and reserve champion full-blood junior heifer calves.
Three nice heifers here in this division. I'm not going to go ahead and talk them all again just for time's sake, but I think that they're all really high quality animals who are feminine, who have enough body and really get out and go. I'll go shake the hand of your champion.
Your champion full-blood junior heifer calf comes from class number 40. That is entry 1086 from Emily Skippen. We will now roll in our second place from that class for our judge, Ms. Zoe Walker, to select your reserve champion full-blood junior heifer. Your reserve champion full-blood junior heifer calf also comes out of class number 40. That is your second place, entry 1083 from Marissa Dreyfall. At this time, we will now clear out our ring and reset it, and we'll get ready for class 41. Class 41 will be winter full-blood heifer calves, calved November 1st through December 31st of 2024. We'll have a single entry that will make up class 41. It'll be entry 1087, coming from Lucy Ellen Lippert of Portland, Maine. Class 41 will be up next.
A nice single entry out here, and that is a deep-hilled, soggy-middled heifer who's still so fresh in her chest. I like that when a young lady leads her around the ring. She's really comfortable and relaxed right there in that spine, one that has plenty of boldness and dimension from every angle. I'm excited to see her come back. Let's give her a hand.
Your results for Class 41 of your Aberdeen show. First place, entry 1087 from Lucy Ellen Lippert. Set to enter the ring for your Aberdeen show would be Class 42. Those will be senior full-blood heifer calves, calves September 1st through October 31st of 2024. We'll have entries 1088 coming from Lillian Bowler. 1089 will come from Aberdeen Dean. 1090 will come from Angus Dean. 1092 will come from Aberdeen Dean. And 1093 would come from Sadie Hammonds. Those will be the entries that will make up Class 42 within your Aberdeen show, which is being judged by Miss Zoe Walker of Roswell, New Mexico. In the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords, we have gotten underway with our Prospect Steer Show. This is Class 201A in the ring. These are Prospect Steers calved on or after January 1st of 2025. We have 4 entries that will make up Class 201A. In this class, we have entries 2161 from Chase Hunter, 2147 from Blakely Murphy, 2239 from Leanna O'Rourke, and entry 2213 from Journey Harris. Those are your entries that make up Class 201A of your Prospect Steers and your miniature Herefords. While we got a moment here, we'll take the time to introduce our judges that are in the ring. We'll go to our Aberdeen show ring side first. That's Miss Zoe Walker. She grew up on a seed stock operation in Roswell, New Mexico, where she showed cattle, pigs, sheep, and goats. She attended Clarendon College, where she obtained her associates in science and competed on the livestock judging team. After Clarendon, Zoe attended West Texas A&M and received a bachelor's degree in animal science. During her undergraduate degree, Zoe was a member of the livestock judging team, where she ended with multiple top 10 finishes in all species and reasons. Currently, Zoe is the agriculture teacher of Las Buddy, Texas, and she enjoys judging shows at local, state, and national levels. So we appreciate Miss Zoe Walker taking the time to evaluate our Aberdeen show for the junior side. Results from Class 201A of your junior Prospect Steers. 4th place, entry 2239 from Leanna O'Rourke. 3rd place, 2161 from Chase Hunter. 2nd place, 2213 from Journey Harris. And your class winner is entry 2147 from Blakely Murphy. We will go ahead and reset our ring for our miniature Herefords, and we will bring up now Class 201B of junior Prospect Steers. These Prospect Steers were calved on or after January 1st of 2025. Within Class 201B, we will have 5 total entries. Entries 2217 from Juno Hunter, 2225 from Carson Clements, 2190 from Hayes Dixon, 2206 from Jordan Chavera, and 21.97 from Jaden Wilkenbush. Those are your 5 entries that will make up Class 201B of your Junior Prospect Steers. While our judges continue to evaluate the animals and exhibitors in the ring, we will talk about our judge in the Miniature Hereford show. It is none other than Mr. Levi Richards. He is from Bowling Green, Ohio. He studied animal science at the Ohio State University, specializing in beef and sheep production. He works in sales for Kalmbach Feeds and is the national brand manager for Formula of Champions Show Feeds. He is also the ambassador. He's on the ambassador team for Lubricin Livestock Products. He has judged livestock shows in over 20 states and in Canada, including the North American in Louisville, Canadian Royal, the American Royal in Kansas City, and is happy to add the National Western Stock Show to his repertoire of lists of shows that he has taken time to judge. Levi and his family sell several competitive show steers throughout the fall, and he also runs a herd of does to raise market goats. He enjoys traveling the country, evaluating and showing stock of all species with his wife, Kayla, and their beautiful 6 children. We appreciate Mr. Levi Richards evaluating our Miniature Hereford show.
Young lady out front's going to start this class off, and I think that's just a solid-footed heifer who's really correct in the way she reads her in her skeleton. She's correct in the angle to her shoulder, all the way out to that hip and pin set. She plants and goes. If I had to get picky on her, I like to change her up right there in her forerib, but a really nice heifer that offers a balanced look from the side. The young man who's going to come out in second, that's a productive maid heifer who has a lot of spring of rib, a lot of depth to her heart and her flank. I'd just like to maybe strengthen her up there, right there in her hock, out of those hind 2, but a really solid, complete heifer. And when she actually wants to work with the young man, she offers a really unique look from the side. The young man who's going to come out next, I wish he was just a little bit higher performing, but this is the feminine maid heifer who's really correct in the angle of her shoulder and out of that hip and hind leg. For me, when you get her stopped and planted, she gets a little bit weaker right there behind that shoulder, but when you ask her to lead, she's pretty nice. Young man who's going to come out next, I like this one's length and extension, especially the way she lays her neck into her shoulder. You get that one stopped, and she needs to be strengthened up right there behind that shoulder. One that needs to be softer right there in that rear flank, and more than anything, ask that one to go. Maybe one that just wants to pop in her pasterns ever so slightly. Young lady who's going to round out the class. I really like the front 2/3 of this heifer. She's feminine, she's refined, she has plenty of spring or rib. As you work her back from her pin set, she's just a little bit plainer in the way she's made. One that never really wants to flex off either end of her skeleton. Let's give these young people a hand.
Results for Class 42 of your senior full-blood heifer calves within your Aberdeen show. 5th place, entry 1093 from Sadie Hammonds. 4th place, 1089 from Aberdeen Dean. 3rd place was entry 1090 from Angus Dean. 2nd place was entry 1092 from Aberdeen Dean. And your class winner was entry 1088 from Lillian Bowler. At this time within the Aberdeen show, we will bring back our class winners from 41 and 42, and Zoe Walker will select your champion and reserve champion full-blood senior heifers.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to have
Another nice division over here on the Aberdeen side, and I think the two that are out here are both really feminine made heifers who balance up nicely from the side. For me, there's one in here that's really hard to put a hole in. The young lady out of the first class will be your champion. Young lady out of the second class will be your reserve.
Your champion full-blood senior heifer calf within your Aberdeen show comes out of Class 41. That is entry 1087 from Lucy Ellen Liepert. And your reserve champion full-blood senior heifer calf comes out of Class 42. That is entry 1088 from Lillian Bowler. Within your Aberdeen show, we will move right along into class number 44. Class 44 will have 2 entries. These will be summer yearling full-blood heifer calves, calved May 1st through August 31st of 2023. Class 44 will consist of 2 entries, 1094 from Lucy Ellen Liepert of Portland, Maine. And entry 1095 comes from Madeline Schuler of Cleveland, Wisconsin. Those are your 2 entries that make up Class 44. Class 44 is the only class within the division, so your first and second place within Class 44 will be your champion and reserve champion full-blood summer yearling heifers. Some results to get to in your miniature Hereford show. Class 201B Junior Prospect Steers, 5th place went to 2225 Carson Clements. 4th place, 2206 from Jordan Chavera. 3rd place was 2217 from Juno Hunter. 2nd place was 2190 from Hayes Dixon. And your class winner was entry 2197 from Jaden Wilgenbush. In the ring at this time is now Class 201C. These are junior prospect steers calved on or after January 1st of 2025. We have 3 entries that make up Class 201C. Entries include 2168 from Colton Baumgardner, 2164 from Christian Thorness, and entry 2263 from Ainsley Klawan. Those are your 3 entries that make up Class 201C.
Red Heifer is going to start this class off over here, and just in terms of body, that thing's an absolute powerhouse. She carries so much dimension down her top, one that has plenty of spring of ribs. She's so soft about her heart and flank. If I had to get picky on her, I'd like to see her just a little bit more sure-footed, maybe a little bit longer out of that hip and out of that front end of her skeleton, but one that gets out and goes with more security, one that's unmatched in terms of body when she gets that one set up. Young lady who's going to come out in second. I like this one's feminine head. That one's big-footed. That one has plenty of shape when you get behind them. For me, I'd like to change the way she's built. Chuffier fronted heifer is a little bit more straight about the angle of her shoulder. I'd like to see her neck tie higher into her skeleton. When you ask that one to lead, she just wants to pop in those pasterns, needs to be more comfortable off those rear two. Let's give them a hand.
Challenging class over here on
The results of Class 201C of your junior prospect steers in your miniature Herefords: third place, 2164, Christian Thorness. Second place, 2168 from Colton Baumgartner. And your class winner was entry 2263 from Ainsley Clowan. In the ring at this time will now be for your miniature Herefords Class 201D. These will be junior prospect steers calved on or after January 1st of 2025. We will have 2 entries that will make up Class 201D. The entries will include 2274 from Quincy McIntyre and 2249 from Macy Mitchell. Your results from Class 44 on your summer yearling Aberdeen full-blood heifers. Second place went to entry 1095 from Madeline Schuler of Cleveland, Wisconsin. And your class winner was entry 1094 from Lucy Ellen Lippert. And they become your champion and reserve champion full-blood summer yearling heifers. In the ring at this time for the Aberdeen show would be Class 46. Class 46 is going to be spring yearling full-blood heifers calved March 1st through April 30th of 2024. This is the only class within the division, so first and second within Class 46 will become your champion and reserve champion full-blood junior yearling heifers. Class 46 consists of entries 1097 from Sadie Hammonds, 1098 from Kylie Shaver, 1100 from Lorelei Schuler, 1102 from Molly Lynn Eisenson, and 1103 comes from Grayson Shaver. Those are your entries that will make up Class 46 on your Aberdeen side.
Nice heifer to start us off over here, and that's a big-footed, soggy-middled heifer who's so correct in the angle of her shoulder, reads dead level back to that hip, one that's so comfortable as she goes across the ring. I'm excited to see that one come back. The young lady who's going to come out next, that one's huge-footed. That one's so square down her top and out to that pin set. I just like to change how she is in her heart. She's a little bit tighter in her heart and flank, but a really nice heifer that gives an awesome look from the side. Young lady that's going to come out in third, the word that kind of describes her for me is just brood cow. You can't beat that one's body in terms of her depth. Maybe one that just needs to be changed in the way she's built. She's a little bit shorter out of that neck, straighter out of that shoulder. One I'd like to rearrange as she's going away from you, but a really nice bodied heifer that's going to go into third. Young lady who's going to come out in fourth, I really like your heifer's muscle shape. I like the turn to her rib cage and how she carries that into her stifle. For me, she's just a little bit greener in this class. She's more mature right there in her forerib and out of that rear flank. A heifer could be relaxed in the angle of that shoulder, but a nice one to go fourth. And the young man who's going to round out the class is doing an awesome job getting this one stuck and presented. That's a fresh-chested, feminine-made heifer. She's just too plain in her shape, maybe one that's a little bit rounder out of that hip. Nice class. Let's give them a hand.
Results from class number 46 on your Aberdeen show. 5th place, entry 1103 from Grayson Shaver. 4th place, 1102 from Molly Lynn Isaacson. 3rd place, 1098 from Kylie Shaver. 2nd place, entry 1100, and also becoming your reserve champion full-blood junior yearling heifer, comes from Lorelei Schuler. And your class winner and your champion full-blood junior yearling heifer, that is entry 1097 from Sadie Hammonds. Set to enter the ring at the time for our Aberdeen show will be class number 48. Those will be senior yearling full-blood heifers, calves September 1st through December 31st of 2023. We'll have 2 entries that make up class 48. Entry 1105 coming from Emily Shaver, 1106 from Marshall Efforts. Those are the 2 entries that make up class 48. Class 48 is the only class within the division, so first and second within class 48 will become your champion and reserve champion full-blood senior yearling heifers. Some results to get to from your junior miniature Herefords and the prospect steers. Class 201D, second place was 2274 from Quincy McIntyre, and your class winner was 2249 from Macy Mitchell. In the ring at this time is now 201E of junior prospect steers. We have a single entry that makes up this class. This is entry 2155 from Channing Floyd. Results from Class 201E of your junior prospect steers miniature Herefords. First place, 2155 from Channing Floyd. At this time, within a miniature Hereford show, we will now bring back our class winners for our judge, Mr. Levi Richards, to select your champion and reserve champion prospect steers. We'll be bringing back our class winners from classes 201A, B, C, D, and E. To remind everyone of our class winners in our miniature Herefords, from Class 201A, first place was 2147 from Blakely Murphy. Second place was 2213 from Journey Harris. Coming out of Class 201B, first place 2197 from Jaden Wilgenbush. Second place was 2190 from Hayes Dixon. Coming out of Class 201C, first place was 2263 from Ainsley Clawan. Second place was 2168 from Colton Bumgarner. Coming out of Class 201D, first place was 2249 from Macy Mitchell. Second place, 2274 from Quincy McIntyre. And coming out of Class 201E, first place, 2155 from Channing Floyd. Those are your first and second place entries in contention for your champion and reserve champion prospect steers.
Two nice females out here, and the young man's going to start us off. I think if you just study that one silhouette and skeleton from the side, she's pretty hard to beat. Her neck sets correctly into her shoulder. She's so correct out of that hip and hind leg. I really appreciate the udder she has on her and her teat placement. Just a really, really solid cow. Young lady who's going to come out in second, I think that one has plenty of shape and dimension from every angle. She has plenty of turn there. She's plenty soft in her heart and flank. I'd just like to change her up in the way she's built, maybe lengthen her out ever so slightly. She's a little bit straighter about that shoulder and that front end, but a really nice class. Let's give them a hand.
Your champion prospect steer for miniature Herefords comes out of Class 201E. That is going to be 2155 from Channing Floyd. Your reserve champion prospect steer comes from Class 201B. That is entry 2197 from Jaden Wilgenbush. Some results to get to from Class 48 of your Aberdeen show. Second place and your reserve champion full-blood senior yearling heifer, that went to Emily Shaver. Your class winner and your champion full-blood senior yearling heifer was entry 1106. That comes from Marshall Efforts. In the ring at this time is going to be Class 32. This is full-blood cows, natural calves at their side, born after May 1st. We have a single entry, 1068, comes from Emily Dowie.
A really high quality single entry out here on this side, and I think that both the cow and the calf are exceptional in their own ways. They both have more than enough turn and boldness, bold spring of rib. They both have more than enough body. They're stout and square out to that pin set. They're both deep-hilled, and I'm excited to see them come back in the drive. Let's give them a hand.
Results for Class 32 of your full-blood Aberdeen cows. First place and your champion full-blood cow-calf pair. That is entry 1068, coming from Emily Dowie of Vulcan, Alberta. At this time, we will now work to bring back our division winners. And our judge, Zoe Walker, will select your grand champion and reserve grand champion full-blood females. Our grand champion full-blood female has awards being sponsored by Efforts Easy Ranch, and the reserve champion full-blood female receives awards sponsored by Pinehurst Farm. Walking in the ring at this time for your Aberdeen Junior Show is going to be your division winners. These division winners are going to be in contention for your grand champion and reserve grand champions. Your champion full-blood summer heifer calf comes from entry 1004 from Emily Dowie. The reserve champion from that division is entry 1071 from Dusty Kendrick. From your full-blood junior heifer calf division, your champions, 1086 from Emily Skippen. The reserve champion being 1083 from Marissa Dreyfall. From your full-blood senior heifer calf division, your champion, Lucy Ellen Lippert. The reserve being from Lillian Bowler. From your fourth division, which is your summer yearling heifers, your champion is entry 1094. That's from Lucy Ellen Lippert. The reserve being 1095 from Madeline Schuler. For your fifth division, which is your junior yearling heifers, entry 1097 comes from Sadie Hammonds. The reserve being from Lorelei Schuler. From your sixth division, which is your senior yearling heifers, your champion is entry 1106 from Marshall Efforts. The reserve being entry 1105 from Emily Shaver. And from your seventh and final division, that is your full-blood cow-calf pair division, the champion being 1068 from Emily Dowie. Those are your champions in consideration for Miss Zoe Walker to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion full-blood females. Over in your miniature Hereford show ring, we have in the ring class 202. This is junior market steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2024. We'll have two entries, 2174 from Cooper Clements and entry 2192 from Jace Murphy.
We're in the full-blood drive over here on the Aberdeen side, and I think every single one out here, from the youngest heifer all the way out to the pairs of cows down there, I think all of them are extremely high quality. They well represent the breed and what they stand for. I think that they're all feminine, good-bodied females that get out and go plenty good. I'm going to look at them just a little bit longer. I'll go select your grand and reserve champion.
Your grand champion full-blood female comes from your second division. That is your full-blood junior heifer calf champion. That is from Emily Skippen. Now rolling into consideration will be the reserve from that division. That'll be entry 1083 from Marissa Dreyfall. Your reserve champion full-blood Aberdeen female comes from your 3rd division. That is your full-blood senior heifer calf champion. That is Lucy Ellen Lippert. At this time, we will now take a momentary pause within the Aberdeen show and take pictures at the backdrop with our champions. And then we'll resume after that, and we'll get started with our summer percentage heifer calves class number 1. Results to get to from your miniature Hereford show and your junior market steers, class 202. Second place went to 2174 from Cooper Clements. First place was Jace Murphy with an entry of 2192. In the ring at this time is going to be class 202 of junior market steers. They were calved January 1st through December 31st of 2024. Within this class 202, we have entry 2226 from Carson Clements, 2215 from Jude Jones, 2162 from Chase Hunter, and 2179 from Dalen Williams. Those are your entries that will make up class 202 of your junior market steers. Results for Class 202 of your junior market steers. Fourth place, 2226 from Carson Clements. Third place, 2215 from Jude Jones. Second place, 2179 from Dalen Williams. And your class winner was entry 2162 from Chase Hunter. We will now bring up our next class of junior market steers. These steers were calved January 1st through December 31st of 2024. We have a weight range on this class of 812 to 896. Within this class, we have 5 entries. Entries 2240 from Leanna O'Rourke, 2144 from Berkeley Went, 2121 from Ada Pence, 2294 from Shay Kress, and 2134 from Bo Dixon. Those are your 5 entries that will make up your next class of junior market steers. Results for the class of junior market steers. It was just in the show ring. 5th place, 2240 from Leanna O'Rourke. 4th place, 2134 from Bo Dixon. 3rd place, 2121 from Ada Pence. 2nd place, 2294 from Shay Kress. And your class winner was entry 2144 from Berkeley Went. Making their way into the ring now will be our next class of junior market steers. This class has a weight range of 909 to 930 pounds. We have 5 entries that will make up this next class of our junior market steers. We'll have entries 2158 from Charlie Lane, 2259 from Mesa Arnold, 2286 from Riley White, 2219 from Kaylee McGuire, and 2136 from Bo Peterson. Those are your 5 entries that will make up your class of junior market steers. Now that our photos have wrapped up with our Aberdeen show, we will move right along into class number 1 of our summer percentage heifer calves. These calves were calved on or after June 1st of 2025. We have 3 entries that'll make up this first class. We have entry 1000 coming from Collie Hill of Sedalia, Kentucky. Entry 1002 comes from Casey Bailey of Norris Springs, Iowa. And entry 1003 comes from Abby Torbett of Fairchild, Wisconsin. Those are your 3 entries that will make up your first class of summer percentage heifers.
white calf out here is an easy place to start. And in this class, that's just the high-performing heifer who has the most shape over her top and out to that hip and stifle. She's not so comfortable out here because she's not really wanting to work with the young lady, but one that reads really correct in her angles from her shoulder all the way down to her hip and hind leg. Really, really nice one to start. The baldy that's going to come out in second. I like the turn to her rib cage. I like that she has plenty of width and dimension as you step in behind her. For me, when she gets on the go, she gets a little bit tighter about that spine and rounder out of that hip. One that could stand to be a little bit softer right there in that rear flank, but a good one to go second. Young lady who's going to round out the class. This is just the lower performing one in today's class, but one that I think will have a bright future. That little calf right there reads really correct in its angles. I like that she's soft about her heart and flank. One that gets out and goes with plenty of comfort. Let's give these three a hand.
Results for your last class of junior market steers. In fifth place was entry 2219 from Kaylee McGuire. Fourth place, Bo Peterson with entry 2136. Third place, 2259 from Mesa Arnold. Second place was 2158 from Charlie Lane. And your class winner was 2286 from Riley White. In the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show is going to be our next class and our final class of market steers. We'll have a weight range on this class of 1,002 pounds to 1,096. Within this class, we have 4 entries: 2157 from Charlie Lane, 2133 from Bo Dixon, 2264 from Natalie Marshall, and 2198 from Jaden Wilgenbush. Those are your 4 entries that make up our last class of our junior market steers within our miniature Hereford show.
High-performing, high-quality heifer to start this class off. And when she gets that one part, that one's really hard to beat. That one ties such a beautiful neck into its shoulder. Works back dead level, is so good out of that hip and hind leg. One that just gives a really awesome look from the side. If I'm going to be picky on her, you get behind her, she could use just a little bit more right there in her upper hip. But that one's really, really nice. Young lady out here with the baldy heifer is going to come second. And if you talk about powerful, one that has a lot of dimension, one that's going to be an awesome brood cow, that one's that. But you have to be picky on her when you set her in motion. She's a little bit straighter at the angle of her shoulder. When that gets a little bit tighter out of that spine, when asked her to lead, I think if she'd calm down, it'd help her out here. And the young man who's going to round out the class, this is still a really nice, high-quality heifer. I like her feminine head and neck. One that's works back dead level. You get behind that one. She's about flatter in her forerib. One that just needs to be stronger right there in those pasterns as she goes. But a nice class. Let's give them a hand.
Results coming in for class number 2 of our summer percentage heifers in the Aberdeen show. 3rd place entry, 10,008. That comes from Wyatt Brock. 2nd place was entry 10,005. That is Hadley Rankin. And your class winner was entry 1009. That comes from Haley Rue. At this time, within our Aberdeen show, we will bring up our next class, which I believe is class 3. We will have a single entry within class 3. That is entry 1004. That'll be from Emily Dowie. And in the ring at this time is not going to be class number 3. This will be our championship drive for our division. This will be our champion and reserve champion percentage summer heifer calf selection. We'll have our 1st and 2nd place entries coming back from classes 1 and 2.
Back over here on the Aberdeen side, I think that the two out here are exceptional in their type and kind. They're both really high quality. But for me, the one from the second class is just a little bit more special in the way she's made, one that's a little bit harder to make in terms of her skeleton. She'll be your champion. I'll go ahead and follow her up with the one out of her class for reserve.
Your champion percentage summer heifer calf comes out of class number 2. That is entry 1009 from Haley Rue. Your reserve champion also comes from that same class. That is entry 1005 from Hadley Rankin. In your Aberdeen show, we will now clear out our ring and make way for class number 4. Class number 4 would be late spring percentage heifer calves calved April 1st through April 30th of 2025. Some results to get to from your junior market steers within your miniature Herefords. Your last class of market steers, 4th place was 2198 from Jaden Wilgenbush. 3rd place was 2133 from Bo Dixon. 2nd place was 2157 from Charlie Lane. And your class winner was Natalie Marshall with entry 2264. After we get our ring cleared up, we will usher in our class winners, and our judge, Mr. Levi Richards, will select your champion and reserve champion market steers. While our miniature Herefords get ready for the market steer selection, we'll go over our class number 4 Aberdeen participants. Within our late spring percentage heifer calves, we have entries 1011 from Oakley Whitaker. 1012 comes from Marshall Efforts. 1014 comes from Ashley Hardwick. 1016 comes from Haley Rue. 1017 comes from William Wadsworth. And rounding out our class would be entry 1018 from Rhett Nickel. Those are your 4th class of late spring percentage Aberdeen heifers. Your champion market steer comes from Class 3 of your markets. That is going to be entry 2144 from Berkeley Went. We'll roll in our second place from that class for consideration for the reserve. Second place from that class would be entry 2294. Your reserve champion market steer comes out of your fourth class. That fourth class winner is 2286 from Riley White.
A tough class over here on the Aberdeen side, but this young lady's heifer just puts a lot of good together. She's soft in that hardened flank. She reads so correct in her lines. And when that young lady gets her set up right, that one's awfully nice and reads really correct off of those rear two. That one never misses her stride, and she has the added body and power and dimension from every angle. Young lady's going to come up next. When you get that one set up, she's pretty special. She ties her neck so smoothly into her shoulder. She's so smooth from her shoulder to her forerib. One that reads really correct in her lines. I like to change her up in her hoof shape on those rear two. One that even when you step in behind her, she just narrows back to those pins ever so slightly, but a really nice, good-looking heifer to go second. A young lady who's going to come out in third. This one's pretty interesting to me. That one's huge-footed. That one has some extra look to her. She has a little bit of a clubbier look to her. She's really freaky over there about her neck. One that's huge and stout out of that pin set. For me, she gets a little bit piecier the longer you study her. When she wants to kind of get stretched out, really accentuates the fact that she's flatter right there in her forerib. Maybe one that just needs more depth of body to really balance up from the side, but a really unique one to go third. Young man who's going to come out next, I appreciate this one's boldness and turn and power. Maybe one I'd just like to redesign as you get that one on the go. She's straighter in the angle of her shoulder. One that really doesn't utilize those pasterns just to its full ability, but a really nice one to go fourth. Young man who's going to come out next, I like this one's body shape. In this class, she's just the greener maid heifer who gets outpowered. And the young man who's going to round out the class, I really like this one's head and neck. One that reads really correct in her skeleton. Just a heifer that gets out mass. You set her up, one that's just more uniform in their bottom line, but a nice class. Let's give them a hand.
Results for class number 4 of your late spring percentage heifers in the Aberdeen show. Sixth place went to entry 1018 from Rhett Nickel. Fifth place, entry 1012, Marshall Efforts. Fourth place, 1017 from William Wadsworth. Third place, 1014, comes from Ashley Hardwick. Second place, 1016 from Haley Rue. And your class winner was entry 1011 from Oakley Whitaker. Making the way into the ring now is class number 5 in the program. This is going to be your spring percentage heifer calves. They were calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. We'll have entries 1021 from Haley Rue. 1023 comes from Adele Torbett. 1024 comes from Connor Summers. 1025 from Ella Patterson. 1026 from Chrissy Lewis. 1027 comes from Fisher Van de Berg. 1028 from Callie Way. And 1108 rounds out your class from Olivia Orchard. Those will be your entries that will make up class number 5, which is your spring percentage Aberdeen heifers. Also within our miniature Hereford show, we have taken a momentary pause for our backdrop champions taking their pictures. We will have our judge, Mr. Levi Richards, return back shortly after all the photos have concluded in a 10-minute momentary break. And we'll get started with our pre-junior showmanship within our miniature Hereford show. So stay tuned for those of you watching online at Ringside Live. We will be back shortly.
red heifer out here hits me pretty hard immediately as she walked into the ring, and I think that that one's skeleton is just the hardest to make. She ties her neck so good into that shoulder. Her shoulder blends so smooth into that forerib. She reads so correct out of her hip and hind leg. She goes across the ring with these. She never lets up. You get behind her, she's maybe not the most powerful or massive. To me, she has more than enough as I do that. I'm excited to see that one come back later. Young lady who's going to come in a second. If you talk about a little bit more power, a little bit more body and turn, and boldness to her rib cage. That one has that. She's big-footed, one that has plenty of power out of that hip and hind leg. You set her up from the side, and she offers a really balanced look from the side. Still one that's fresh about that chest. A nice one to go second. Young lady's going to come out next. This is a big-footed, deep-heeled heifer, one that offers a really cool look from the side. She's feminine and refined about her head and neck. As you get her going, and when she sets up, she's just a little bit weaker right there behind that shoulder, a little bit flatter in that forerib. Young lady who's going to come out in fourth. You talk about this one's boldness and power and dimension from every angle, and she does really well at that. She's not acting the best out here, and because of that, it accentuates the fact that she's shorter and rounder out of that hip. When that one goes, she just short steps it just a little bit, never really wants to use those pasterns, but a really good one to go fourth. A really nice heifer that comes out next, probably the greenest one in this class that gives up a lot of just dimension and performance, but she gets that one stuck, and that one's incredible from the side. That one reads so correct in that neck, shoulder, and hip angle. A really, really nice one to go there. The young lady who comes out next, this one offers a balanced look from the side. She's deep about her heart and flank. You just step in behind her. She's flatter to right there behind her shoulders, and she gets flatter and narrower to those pin sets, but a good one from the side as she sets her up. This one intrigues me as it comes out next. That one's big-footed. That one's huge boned. You get on top of that one, and she's really square right there behind her shoulder all the way out to that pin set. For me, I wish she'd put that on in a more maternal fashion. She could be softer about that heart and flank, really balance up from the side. A young man who's going to round out the class that was doing a good job getting this one shown. I think that's a really complete female that has plenty of turn to her cage. In this class, she's just too plain in the way she's made. I'd like to see her relax in the angle of her shoulder and now that hip and hock. Good class. Let's give them a hand.
Results coming in from class number 5 of your spring percentage heifer calves. 8th place was entry 1027. That comes from Fisher Van de Berg. 7th place was entry 1028 from Callie Way. 6th place, 1023, comes from Adele Torbett. 5th place was 1108 from Olivia Orchard. 4th place was 1026 from Chrissy Lewis. 3rd place was 1025 from Ella Patterson. 2nd place, 1021, that comes from Haley Rue. And your class winner was entry 1024, that comes from Connor Summers. Making their way into the ring for your Aberdeen show is now class number 6. This will be junior percentage heifer calves, calved January through February 29th of 2025. We'll have 3 entries that will make up this class. 1029 comes from Riley Newbury. 1030 comes from Ava Summers. And 1031 comes from Collie Hill. Those are your 3 entries that will make up class number 6. Over in your miniature Hereford show ring, we have our first heat of pre-junior showmen. These pre-junior showmen are categorized in the age range of 3 to 7 years as of January 1st of 2026. In no particular order, we have in the ring Blakely Murphy, Juno Hunter, Hayes Dixon, Colton Bumgardner, Channing Floyd, Quincy McIntyre, and Riley White. This is your first of 2 classes of pre-junior showmanship. Well, Levi, I'm sure that's why you have 6 kids, because you just like cute little kids. So can't fault you there. Ahead and exit out our pre-junior first wave of showmen. We'll bring in our second class of pre-junior showmanship. And again, in no particular order, we'll bring up our exhibitors. Within our next class will be Avery Pass, Paisley Osmond, Leanna O'Rourke, Piper McIntyre, Keegan Skinner, Berkeley Went, and Charlie Lane.
We're going to leave them over here on the Aberdeen side as they came into the ring. And I think that this one's just really hard to put a hole in. She's so cool the way she lays her shoulder so smooth into that forerib. Yet she still has so much turn as you get on top of her. She's still so square out of that hip and hind leg. One that offers a really balanced, unique look from the side. If I had to get picky on her, I'd like to just relax her right there in her pastern as she gets out and goes. But that's a really nice heifer. Young lady who's going to come out next. I think this is just a good brew cow for me. I like the depth to her heart and flank, one that reads correct in the angle of her shoulder, one that ties her neck smooth in. For me, it's you get back into the back half third of her. It's just one that just gets a little bit plainer out of that hip and hind leg. You get behind her. She tapers out to that pin set and down to the surface. Young lady who's going to round out the class. I wish she was just a little bit higher performing, but if you study her for what she is right now, I like her foot size and the turn to her rib cage, one that gets out and goes with plenty of comfort. Let's give them a hand.
Results for class number 6 of your junior percentage Aberdeen Heifers. Third place, 1031 from Collie Hill. Second place, 1030 from Ava Summers. And first place class winner, 1029 from Riley Newbury. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from classes 4, 5, and 6. Our judge, Zoe Walker, will select our champion and reserve champion percentage junior heifer calves. And once again, in the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is going to be our second heat of pre-junior showmanship. Again, pre-junior is categorized as 3 to 7 years old as of January 1st of 2026.
A nice division drive over here on the Aberdeen side, and I think that for me it really comes down to 2 of them. There's one that's a little bit more dimensional from every angle, who packs a little bit more spring of rib, who has a little bit more depth of body, one that has a little bit more shape as you get behind her. Or there's one out here that's really, really good looking, one that never misses her stride. Still one I think that has more than enough. I'll study him a little bit longer and go shake the hand of your champion and reserve champion.
Your champion percentage junior heifer calf in your Aberdeen show comes out of class number 5. That is entry 1024. That comes from Connor Summers. We'll now move in our second place from that class for consideration for the reserve. Rolling into that slot would be entry 1021 from Haley Rue. Making their way into the ring for your Aberdeen show is now going to be class number 8. These will be senior percentage heifer calves, calved September 1st through October 31st of 2024. Class number 8 has 2 entries. 1033 from Wyatt Brock of Spring Hill, Kansas, and entry 1034 from Carson Jace Beverlin. Those are your 2 entries that will make up class number 8. Class 8 is the only class within the division, so first and second within this class would become your champion and reserve champion percentage senior heifer calves.
Two nice heifers over here on the Aberdeen side, and I'm not going to lie, I don't think either of them are perfect in the way that they're made. I wish my class winner right here would just relax in her spine as this young man leads her around the ring, but when he gets that one set up, she's pretty special. That's a huge-footed heifer who has more than enough spring of rib, depth to her heart and flank, and when he gets her stopped and set up, I like her neck, how it ties into her shoulder, and she works back level to that hip and hind leg, one that reads really correct at the ground when she's standing there. Young man who's going to come into second, I really appreciate your heifer's body shape and dimension. I just have to get picky on her. The longer I study her, she's a little bit piecier in the way that she's put together. She gets a little bit flatter about that forerib, narrows back into that pin set. When you study her at the ground, she just wants to pull in that hock ever so slightly. But two really nice heifers in this class. Let's give them a hand.
Results for class number 8 of your senior percentage heifer calves. Second place in your reserve champion percentage senior heifer calf is going to be entry 1033 from Wyatt Brock. And your class winner and champion percentage senior heifer calf is entry 1034 from Carson Jace Beverlin. At this time, within our Aberdeen show, we will usher in now class number 10 in the program. This will be our summer yearling percentage heifers, calved May 1st through August 31st of 2024. This class will consist of 4 entries. Entries 1035 from Ava Summers, 1036 from Caleb Way, 1038 comes from Lillian Wadsworth, and rounding out our class is entry 1039 from Jaylee Blackburn. Those are your entries that will make up class 10. This is the only class that will make up the division, so therefore, first and second within class number 10 will become your champion and reserve champion percentage summer yearling heifers. Over in your miniature Hereford show, we now have our championship selections for our pre-junior showmanship. We have brought back Mr. Levi Richards' top individuals that he will now select and place for your champion and reserve champion pre-junior showmans. Your champion pre-junior showman is Berkeley Went, and your reserve champion pre-junior showman is Charlie Lane. Congratulations to our pre-junior showman, and we will get them out and bring in our next class and division. That'll be our first class of junior showmanship. Junior showman will be ages 8 to 11 as of January 1st of 2025.
Young lady right here is going to start this class, and I think that this heifer is awfully nice. She's hard to put a hole in. She's big-footed. She's feminine-fronted. She's so good in the turn to her rib cage. She reads dead level back to that hip. She plants and pushes with so much comfort, and the young lady does a heck of a job getting that one shown. Congratulations to her. I think you kind of have some more sorting as you get into the bottom three of this class because they're a lot different in their types and kinds. A young man's heifer out here is just so bold and powerful. One that just has more shape and dimension from every angle. She's huge-footed. I'd just like to change her up. She just needs to be rearranged in her shoulder and right there behind there. As I step in behind her, she kind of wants to pull in at her hock. Young lady who's going to come out in third, I think that one's feminine fronted. She was good looking from this side. She's just harder in the way and harsher in her body shape. And the young lady who's going to round out the class, I appreciate your heifer. She's really broody. One that's just more uniform and from her chest floor to her flank. You get in behind there, and that's where I find most of her problems. She needs to relax in that pastern. One that just maybe wants to step outside of her skeleton as I step in behind her, but a nice class. Let's give them a hand.
Your results coming in for class number 10 in your Aberdeen show. Fourth place was entry 1038 from Lillian Wadsworth. Third place, 1035 from Ava Summers. Second place and your reserve champion percentage summer yearling heifer was entry 1036 from Caleb Way. And your class winner and your champion percentage summer yearling heifer is entry 1039 from Jaylee Blackburn. Coming in the ring at this time for your Aberdeen show is now class number 11 in the program. That is spring yearling percentage heifers calved March 1st through April 30th of 2024. We have entries 1040 from Connor Summers, 1043 from Marshall Efforts, 1049 from Brigham Houston, 1046 from Madison Hardwick, and rounding out our class is entry 1047 from Peyton Koch. Those are your entries that will make up class 11. Entering the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is going to be our second class or second heat of junior showmanship. Within our second class, we will have entries from Bo Dixon, Carly Allison, Jace Murphy, Ty McIntyre, Lindley Witherow, and Bo Peterson. This is going to be the second and final classes of our junior showmanship. After our judge, Mr. Levi Richards, selects his top individuals, we'll bring back those top individuals, and he'll select your champion and reserve champion junior showman.
probably the most challenging class I've had to sort over here on the Aberdeen side today. And honestly, initially, this heifer didn't hit me super hard, but the longer she was in here, she grew on me. That one is just so good in her hoof shape. She's so deep in that hill, one that's still really feminine and refined up front. You get behind her, and she's maybe not the stoutest, but she has more than enough turn to her cage. She's so good in her heart and her flank. You ask that one to move, and she gets out and goes with no problem. A young man who's going to come next, if you want just a powerful, broody one, this one kind of hits that mark. She's huge-footed. You step behind her, she's so massive out of that hip and down that top. It's just when you get her parked, she gets a little bit chuffier about her chest. I would like to see her just toned up in her condition, but one that hits the ground with a lot of ease and remains collected in her top line as she goes. A young man who's going to come out in third, if you talk about feminine, refined, that one is this. That one lays her shoulders so good into that forerib. She's really good out of that spine and hip and hind leg. In this class, she just gets outmatched and needs just a little bit more body. The young man who's going to come out next, I think initially, one I really like to tie into her body shape and her type and kind. The longer she's out here and the more I watch her walk, she's just a little bit flatter right there in that forward. Wants to walk outside of her skeleton as she steps and goes, but it's still a nice one. The young lady who's going to round out the class, I still think this is an extremely nice heifer. That one is huge-footed. That one's the most massive out of her hip, one that's really good in the turn to her cage. For me, she's just on the greener side. She needs to be fixed right there in that forerib and in that rear flank. Watch her get out and go. She just wants to bone those hocks ever so slightly, but a nice class. Let's give them a hand.
Results coming in for your Class 11 of your Spring Yearling Aberdeen Percentage Heifers. Fifth place was entry 1046 from Madison Hardwick. Fourth place was 1043 from Marshall Efforts. Third place 1040 from Connor Summers. Second place 1047 from Peyton Koch. And your class winner was entry 1049 from Brigham Houston. Making their way into the ring at this time for your Aberdeens is going to be Class 13. These are Junior Yearling Percentage Heifers, calved January 1st through February 28th of 2024. We have 4 entries that make up this class. 1051 from Riley Stolt. 1052 from Wyatt Brock. 1053 from Ashley Hardwick. And 1054 from Jaylee Blackburn. This is our last class within this division. Over on your miniature Hereford show ring side, we now have our Judge Levi Richards top individuals. He will now select your champion and reserve champion junior showman. Returning for consideration would be entries from Alex Baumgartner, Claire Christensen, Bo Dixon, Carly Allison, and Lindley Witherow. Those are your 5 individuals in consideration for champion and reserve champion. Your
A cla-
sorry, Zoe. Your champion junior showman was entry 2248. That is Lindley Withrow. Your reserve champion is Claire Christensen. Now you can go ahead, Zoe.
A class of heifers out here who aren't acting good for anybody that's handling them, but three really high quality ones nonetheless. The one that's going to start out, I think that this one's just picture perfect from the side. That one has such a nice silhouette. She's crazy about her neck. She's fresh in her chest, yet she's still so soft in that sweep to her flank. And more than anything, I think I really appreciate that she's so big-footed and comfortable at the ground when she goes. That's a really, really nice one. Young lady who's going to come out in second. I think when this heifer actually wants to plant and stop for you and you get her set up, she has the most turn to her rib cage. She has good depth to her heart and flank. One that carries plenty of dimension and a go. One that still covers her tracks and reads correct in the depth of her heel. A young man who's going to round out the class. This is an awesome heifer. I really like her length of body. You get behind that one and she's huge out of that hip. For me, I'd just like to see her a little bit stouter out of the ground, maybe a little bit stouter out of that hind leg. You study her, she's just a little bit flatter right there in that forward, but wants a pinch at the top of the side of her shoulders. But three really nice heifers. Let's give them a hand.
Results coming in for Class 13 of your junior yearling percentage heifers on your Aberdeen show. Third place, 1052 from Wyatt Brock. Second place, 1051 from Riley Stolte. And your class winner, 1054 from Jaylee Blackburn. At this time, within our Aberdeen show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 11 and 13. Our judge, Zoe Walker, will select your champion and reserve champion percentage junior yearling heifers. Over in your miniature Herford show ring, we now have brought in our first wave of intermediate showmen. Intermediate showmen are categorized by ages of 12 to 15 as of January 1st of 2026. Within this class, in the first wave of our intermediate showmen, in no particular order, we have Alexandra Thornes, Mesa Arnold, Ainsley Kwan, Jordan Chavara, Macy Mitchell, Shay Kress, Aubrey Camp, and Flora Ensico. Those are your intermediate showmen that will make up your first heat of intermediate.
a nice division over here on the Aberdeen side. And I'm not going to talk them again. I think both of our class winners are extremely similar in their type and kind. They're both good-bodied. They're both good-footed. Ones who read with enough to mention. I'll go ahead and shake your champion, and then the second handshake will be a reserve.
Your champion percentage junior yearling heifer comes out of class 13. That is going to be entry 1054 from Jaylee Blackburn. And your reserve champion percentage junior yearling heifer comes out of class 11. That is entry 1049 from Brigham Houston. In the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is going to be our second and final heat of intermediate showmen. In no particular order, we have in this class entries Jude Jones, John Carter, Rayleigh Koba, Peyton Swears, Jack Murphy, Colton Christensen, Jaden Wilgenbush, and Jordan Wilgenbush. Those are your final entries that will make up your intermediate showmen. Over in your Aberdeen show, in the ring at this time is class number 15 in the program, which is your senior yearling percentage heifers, calves September 1st through December 31st of 2023. We have a single entry in this class, entry 1055 from Carson Jace Beverland. This is the only entry within the class, and the only class in the division, so therefore first place in class 15 will become your champion percentage senior yearling heifer.
A nice single entry over here, and I think that cow is just exceptional in the way that she's put together. She reads square at the ground. She's so dimensional up top. She's so square out of that hip. She's comfortable at the surface. And top it off, she has a really nice calf next to her side. I'm excited to see that one come back in our drive. Let's give them a hand.
First place in class 15 and your champion percentage senior yearling heifer is entry 1055 from Carson Jace Beverland. We will clear out our ring for our Aberdeens, and we'll bring up now class 30 in the program, which is percentage purebred cows with natural calves at their side born after May 1st of 2025. We'll have a single entry within this class, entry 1067 from Collie Hill. This will be the only class in the division, so therefore first place within this class will become your champion percentage cow-calf pair.
A single entry cow-calf pair over here on the Aberdeen side, and that cow is big-footed. She's long and she's level-made. She's really feminine about her head and neck. Maybe one I just wish was a little bit more uniform, a little bit softer about her heart, a little bit more uniform in her udder, but one that has a really, really nice, high-quality calf ahead of her, and obviously she's doing her job. Let's give this young lady a hand.
First place and your champion percentage cow-calf pair is entry 1067 from Collie Hill. At this time, within our Aberdeen show, we will now bring back all of our division champions, and our judge, Zoe Walker, will select your grand champion percentage heifer. The grand champion percentage heifer will be receiving awards sponsored by Deep Creek Seed Stock. She will also take the time after selection of grand champion. She will select your reserve champion percentage heifer. The reserve champion will receive awards sponsored by Gaskill Ranch. Your champion intermediate showman is Shay Kress.
Over here on the Aberdeen side, we're in the percentage drive, and I just want to say that I'm very thankful to be able to sort this high quality of animals, and I believe that good cattle start at the ground, and they can't be good if they're weak there, but they only get better in this lineup from there up. I think they're good-looking animals, they're high quality. I'm not going to go and talk every single one of them through again. I'm going to study them for just a little bit longer, and I'll go shake the hand of your grand champion percentage female.
Your reserve champion intermediate miniature Hereford showman went to Aubrey Camp. Your grand champion percentage heifer comes from your 5th division of junior yearling heifers. That is entry 1054 from Jaylee Blackburn. Coming in the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is now going to be our senior showmanship category. Senior showman will be age range 16 to 21 as of January 1st of 2026. Within our class 1 of senior showman, we have entries from Lillian Stavig, Jack Koba, Christian Thornes, Elena Vostris, McKenna Camp, Trinity Bolger, Walker Wiley, Roma Insico, and Cord Setniker. Those are your entries that will make up your first wave of senior showmen. Your reserve grand champion percentage heifer comes from the 2nd division. That is your junior heifer calf champion, entry 1024 from Connor Summers. I believe at this time within our Aberdeen show we will take a momentary pause for pictures at the backdrop, and we'll let our exhibitors and judge get those pictures taken, and then we will conclude our show with our steers, and we'll bring those up momentarily. So give us about 10-15 minutes for pictures at the backdrop with our judge, Ms. Zoe Walker, as she has just selected and crowned your grand champion and reserve grand champion percentage heifers. Coming in the ring at this time is now our second and final heat of senior showmen. Once again, senior showmen are in the range of 16 to 21 years of age. In no particular order, we have in the ring at this time Kaylee McGuire, Natalie Marshall, Bristol Pence, Ada Pence, Jody Looney, Dalen Williams, Allison Griffin, Shannon Ramey, and Brenna Thorson. This is your last and final heat of senior showmen. Our judge Levi Richards will select his top individuals from this class, and he will bring them back in competition with the other exhibitors that he just selected, and he will then select your champion and reserve champion senior showman. We welcome everybody back over to our Aberdeen show. Because our classes have single entries in some of them, we have now moved ahead into the program, and we're now in the ring with Class 20A. In the ring is the late spring percentage steer calves, calved April 1st through April 30th. We'll have the two entries of 1058 from Carson Jace Beverlin and 1060 from Madison Hardwick.
We're going to leave them how they came in on the steer side of the Aberdeen show. And these are two very, very nice steers. The class winner, that's a huge-footed, a huge top steer that's so square and stout out of that pin set. He carries his muscle deep into that stifle, and he's so comfortable at the ground. You still get that one set up from this side, and he ties a nice long neck into its smooth shoulder. I'm excited to see that one come back in the drive. Young lady who's going to come into second, that one is big-footed, that one's compact, that one is square and stout. I wish he was just had a little bit more growth in him. Maybe when, as I study him from behind, he just doesn't carry his muscle as deep into that stifle. He gets a little bit narrower when you get him set up. I would like to see him relax in those pasterns. But two nice, really good steers to start off the steer show. Let's give him a hand.
Results for Class 20A on your Aberdeen show. Second place, entry 1060 from Madison Hardwick. First place, 1058 from Carson Jace Beverlin. We will now roll into Class 20B. This will be late spring percentage steer calves. Calved March 1st through the March 31st of 2025. We'll have two entries that will make up Class 20B. This will be entries 1061 from Caleb Way and entry 1070 from Lillian Wadsworth.
Another good class of steers over here on the Aberdeen side, and honestly, both of them are good looking. Both of them put together a lot of good. For me, you get behind this calf, and he's just spreads more mass right there behind his shoulder out into a stout and square hip. If I'm going to get picky on him as he goes away from me, he maybe wants to narrow down at the surface ever so slightly, but you get that one parked up, and he's awfully square from every angle. Still has some added look. A young lady who's going to come into second. I think that this steer balances up really nicely from the side. He ties his neck nicely into his shoulder. He has good depth of heart. One has plenty bold spring of rib. You step behind him. I just wish he carried his muscle deeper into that stifle. Just gets a little bit smaller in his rear foot. Just like to see him stoutened up right there. But two really nice steers. Let's give him a hand.
Results from Class 20B of late spring percentage steer calves. First place, 1061 from Caleb Way, and their second place was 1070 from Lillian Wadsworth. Once again, due to the next class sizes, we're going to just roll right into class number 25. Class 25 will now be spring yearling percentage steers, calve March 1st through April 30th of 2024. We'll have 3 entries that will make up class number 25. We'll have entries 1063 from Collie Hill, 1064 from Reese Nickel, and 1065 from Caroline Bill. Those will be your 3 entries that will make up class 25.
Young lady in the red's going to start our steer class off over here, and I'm not going to lie and say that there's a perfect one out here that just absolutely goes away with this class because there's some differences in these three. But more importantly, when you study them for what they are, this one just has the most product. As you get behind him, he spreads the most shape over his top and out to that hip and stifle. For my biggest thing is when he's from the side, I like to see him a little bit softer right there in the rear flank. As he goes away from me, he really wants to narrow up at the surface. A young man who's going to come into second, I think that this is a nice balance steer. I like to see him just a little bit fresher about his chest, a little bit softer right there in his flank. Still one that has plenty of turn as you get on top of him. He gets a little bit narrow as you study him back to his pin set. If you study his true genuine width at the surface, I just like to see him wider and squarer at the ground. Young lady who's going to round out the class, I actually appreciate this one smoothest from his shoulder to his forerib, one that stretches over with plenty of mass and shape. In this class, he just gets out mass. You get behind that steer. I just like to see him thicker from every angle. Let's give these kids a hand.
Your champion senior showman is Mr. Walker Wiley. Your reserve champion senior showman should be Miss Natalie Marshall. Congratulations to all of our showmanship exhibitors. We appreciate Mr. Levi Richards judging today's contest. And that does conclude, I believe, our miniature Hereford show. So we appreciate all of our exhibitors and everybody watching online at Ringside Live and everybody joining us ringside here at the National Western Stock Show. So appreciate you guys at the miniature Hereford show. Back over into our Aberdeen show. In the ring at this time is now our grand champion and reserve grand champion overall steer selections. We have our class winners from their respective classes in the ring. From class 51, we have 1107 from Aberdeen Dean. Class 33 is entry 1069 from Lillian Bowler. From 20A is class winner 1058 from Carson Jace Beverlin. From Class 20B, first place winner 1061 from Caleb Way. From Class 21 is entry 1062 from Kara Dutton. And from Class 25, your first place winner was 1065 from Caroline Bill. Those are your first place exhibitors in contention for your grand champion overall steer. Your grand champion will be receiving awards sponsored by Idaho Livestock.
We're in the market steer drive over here, and out front we have the full-blood steer. And I just want to talk him a little bit since I didn't get to see him in class, but I think that one's awfully good in terms of his foot size, that turn to his cage, and just how much muscle he carries down to his stifle. If I had to get picky on him, I'd like to just see him a little bit softer right there in that rear flank to really balance up from the side, but that's a really nice full-blood. Young lady who comes out of the second class, if you talk about a war horse in terms of power, that one's it. That one's huge-footed. That one is so massive, just right there behind his shoulder, out to that hip. One that carries probably the most muscle in this drive in terms of his stifle. I just like to see him rearranged maybe in the way he's built. He's a little bit bolder and rounder in that shoulder, a little bit shorter and rounder out of that hip, but a really powerful steer nonetheless. I talked to the young man in the purple steer in class. He's just awfully good. He doesn't miss a stride. When that young man gets him stopped, he's really cool to look at, one that ties his neck so smooth in, still one that's huge out of his hip, and Penn says you get behind him. A young lady who comes out with this gray steer, I think that's a really solid steer from this side, one that's big-footed, one that's really complete looking. You get on top of him, he spreads more than enough dimension from every angle. One that's I was excited to see come in here. I talked to these young man. I just talked about how square and good looking he was in class. Maybe one I'd like to change up in his rear flank. And the young lady who runs out this drive over here, I talked about how heavy muscle and how much just dimension that one spread from every angle. Again, I'd like to change him just in his rear too as he goes away from me. I'm going to study him just a little bit longer. I'll go shake the hand of your grand champion steer.
Your grand champion overall steer comes from your third class, which is late spring percentage steer calves. That is your first place winner, 1058 from Carson Jace Beverland. Your reserve champion overall steer comes from your class 21. That is entry 1062 from Kara Dutton. So a scheduling update for you guys. We have paused now in our Aberdeen show for pictures at the backdrop with our judge and our exhibitors. Once we get an updated list of showmanship, we'll roll right into our showmanship classes once we have that in front of us. So we do have showmanship, so please stick around for that. But as far as our placings of our normal animal classes, those are actually done, and we'll roll right into our showmanship category here shortly after about 10-15 minutes when our pictures are done with our Judge Zoe Walker at the backdrop with Legacy Livestock Imaging. Well, we welcome everybody back into our Aberdeen show. We're going to start up our showmanship. This is going to be our senior showmanship category. We're going to have a class for each division. So we appreciate everybody sticking around for our showmanship category within our Aberdeen show. We will have in our class of seniors Cooper Cutter, Lucy Ellen Lippert, Marissa Dreyfall, Sierra Score, Caroline Bill, Ella Patterson, Riley Newbury, Casey Bailey, Olivia Orchard, and Reese Nickel. These will be our seniors. And once again, our judge is Miss Zoe Walker, and she will do the honors of selecting your champion and reserve champion senior showman.
the senior showmen out here do a nice job of getting their animals stuck. I've been watching most of them throughout the junior show, and they've all done an excellent job. We have a few new ones out here who also did a good job getting their animals presented. What we're looking for is how they face their body towards their calf, how they respond to their animal, how efficient and quick that happens, as well as knowing where they are in the ring and leaving the appropriate amount of space and really utilizing the whole thing. And the young lady who did that the best is right here in front of me. Give her a hand. As we get into our reserve senior showmen, I think it gets close in between. There's about 3 of them out here that I think do an excellent job once I get their animals stuck and set up. And I know that this young man maybe didn't have it perfect. His animal's wanting to move on him just a little bit. But out of the seniors out here, I think that we could just do a little bit better at keeping eye contact with the judge. And as seniors, you guys should know that. Know where I'm at all times, no matter where you're at in the ring. I think there's only 4 in here total that made complete eye contact with me the whole time that I out here, and that you guys were out here with your animal. Yes, be aware of where your animal's at, but also be aware of where the judge is at. And you guys are seniors, so you should know and be able to know where your animal's at and where you should be as well. The young man with the yellow steer will be your reserve.
Congratulations to all of our senior exhibitors. And we will now roll right into our intermediate classes of showmanship. We will be breaking our intermediates into 2 classes. We will have a first heat of intermediates. Within our first heat, we have scheduled Sophia Clark, Molly Isaacson, Kylie Shaver, Madison Hardwick, Lorelei Schuler, Haley Rue, Oakley Whitaker, and Sadie Hammonds. That'll be your first class of intermediate showman.
I think collectively the intermediates did a great job getting these ones stuck and shown. I'm not going to talk about them too much because we have two heats here before our final drive. These three young ladies will come back. I think they do an excellent job getting it done. For you guys out here, it might have just been a front foot ever so slightly. I think you guys all did a nice job keeping eye contact with me, utilizing the ring. Let's get these young people a hand.
So once again, we are going to get started with our second heat of our intermediate showman. Once our intermediate second drive top exhibitors have been selected, we'll bring them back again, just like Ms. Zoe Walker had said, and she will select your top individuals. So at this time, we will bring in class number two. Class number two will consist of entries from Carson Beverlin, Madeline Schuler, Hayden Walker, Emily Shaver, and Aspen Stroud. These are your final exhibitors for your intermediate category.
A little bit different of a class. The ones that I thought that I might pull when they first came in are not probably the ones that are over there right now. The ones that are over there right now are the ones that remained composed with their animals and kept working to make them look their best instead of accepting that a leg was off or that their head was down and really sticking with it and yet still doing a good job at remaining eye contact with me. These four are going to exit the ring and these two will come back in the drive. Let's give them a hand. I think the intermediate showmen out here do an excellent job getting these ones stuck. They're all cool, calm, and collected. They do a nice job of paying attention to where they're at and where their cattle are at in the ring. And I think the young lady out front does it the best. She'll be your champion. The young lady right here in the purple circling will be your reserve.
In the ring at this time is now our junior division. We have in this class Grayson Shaver, Dustin Kendrick, and Ashley Hardwick. This is going to be our last class of showmanship. So these are, again, our junior division.
There's only 3 out here, and I think all 3 of them do an excellent job. They all kept eye contact. They all told me their animal's name and something they liked about their animal. In conclusion, every single one out here is kind and loving and their best friend. And so that's awesome, and that's what it's all about. I've had a lot of fun judging today, and junior showmanship is always my favorite because you just get to see and be excited about what's coming up, and that things like this just keep getting to happen, and that we get to keep spreading what our knowledge and everything down generations. The young lady out here will be your champion, junior showman, and the young man out front will be your reserve.
Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve champion exhibitors. That does conclude our Aberdeen show for today. As far as our next schedule for events here, I believe I'm looking down at the Aberdeen ring side help, and I believe we're going to be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, nothing has been changed in the schedule. So the Aberdeen Open Show will start here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., and then we will have our mini Herefords starting up at 10 a.m. for their open show. So again, we appreciate everybody sticking around for the Aberdeen show and the concluding of it. And that concludes our first day here at the brand new CoBank Arena in the Sue Ann Schutz Rogers Livestock Event Center. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.